Gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
My day today has surpassed my expectations really, it's been fantastic. I decided to come on this Kumihimo workshop. I couldn't even say it before I came today. And I've tried to learn from things like YouTube and everything, but nothing beats having somebody who's an expert in front of you, actually showing you with materials what to do. And the way I learn is by actually watching people and asking questions. And Sarah's been fantastic today. She's been so patient. And you know, we're all different. I'm left-handed, some are right-handed. It doesn't matter what your preference is. Sarah's been really good at just taking time with each person, and I felt that was really valuable for me particularly.
Welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. I am Lord of the Underworld. And we've got lots of deals for you all night long. And we're also joined by Sarah. How are you, Sarah? You alright? Are you having fun today?
Yes, as always.
Lots of fun here today. Yes. People are being even more crazy than usual.
They are.
Which is saying something at JewelleryMaker. Can everybody hear what I'm saying with this mask on? Has it got to go? Oh no, my hair's going to be messy now. I'm not going to be able to make it look good, whatever I do. Right, okay, we shall begin. Are we going to kick the show off with a premiere strand? A premiere strand this evening of January's birthstone. Gorgeous garnet. Very, very similar to the strand we actually launched this morning, which I think proved to be very, very popular. I'm not sure whether we have any of those left or not. It might be a sell-out deal actually. So this is going to be your best opportunity to get involved with garnet, which offers you this deep saturation of colour, almost a sort of plum tone really. It almost looks jet black on screen, but when you see it in the flesh, you will be able to pick out those red and purple hues. It's absolutely spectacular. I do have a little torch here actually. I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. It's a tiny little bulb, but I can try and get some of those sort of red wine hues to come through. Don't know if it will make any difference. I don't think the torch, do you know what? I don't think this torch is very effective. It looks like a little kiddie's one really. When you actually receive this, you'll be able to understand the kind of colour tones I'm talking about. As I say, I know it looks very, very dark on screen. It's to do with the studio lighting, as always. Regular viewers probably bored of hearing us say that, but it is quite a consideration to make when you're thinking about genuine gemstones, because of course they're always going to react better to one light source entering them. That's when you're going to be able to experience the colour tones that you can see inside a genuine gemstone. In our studio lighting, not the best possible environment, but the one thing it is highlighting, because you've got this sort of array of different lights hitting the faceted edges of the gemstone, you can definitely experience the lustre, the reflective quality from this gemstone. That's because of that depth of colour. I mean, it's just absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now, I think that a few people at this time of year are going to be starting to think about putting together January's birthstone jewellery, perhaps, because a lot of people are going to be making purchases at Christmas craft fairs, but potentially for somebody who has a birthday in January, or of course for January birthdays themselves, because if you do know people that have birthdays at that time of year, sometimes I think you want to give them a little bit of extra consideration, because often those birthdays can be a little bit neglected because of the holiday season, because of the festive season just before it. So sometimes you do need to put a little bit more thought into your January birthdays, don't you? And I know that some of our expert designers have already started to receive Valentine's commissions, so I know that January is definitely considered. Sarah's nodding along. Is that the case, Sarah?
It is. We work so far ahead because you have to. Things take time. You get orders into your books that are going to take time to make, so you need to have the correct gemstones available, ready for those inspirational moments, because you'll get commissions coming through at all times of the year, and they might come through at 6 months in advance, and you know you've got a deadline to work to, and if you haven't got the right gemstone for the design, that kind of puts you on the back foot. Absolutely,
yeah. And so sometimes just having the appropriate gemstones in stock will actually help to inspire you when you receive the commission, of course. 240 carats on this particular strand, faceted to perfection, very, very rich saturation of colour. Huge number of people flying in, both at JewelleryMaker.com and on the free phone number. And my advice would be to get involved before we become oversubscribed on this particular strand. We saw on Tuesday night how quickly people were flying in on the free phone number. We've got people buying 2s, even 3s of this particular strand. People know that here at JewelleryMaker we offer you the best value on the market, even for one of the most well-known gemstones available on the open market. Of course, when you are working with the likes of amethyst, aquamarine, garnet, these kind of gemstones, people are aware of those gemstones. They know that they have a very prestigious sort of a feeling of gravitas surrounding them and the piece of jewellery that they're included in, and so it helps to, I suppose, almost convince people to part with their cash if they see that you as a designer are able to source some of the very, very well known but also very prestigious gemstones available. 240 carats, 8mm in size, faceted to perfection, very uniformed faceting here. That's why you're able to experience this beautiful lustre. And as it's a premier strand, and because we know it's going to be popular after this morning, we're going to give you an exclusive launch price. So this is going to be easily your best opportunity to get involved. $7.95 for 240 carats. That's the way we get the late show up and running this evening. And if you do want to get involved with this deal, you can do so in all the usual ways, either by dialing the free phone number. You're going to come through to a member of our help team who will add it to your order, or alternatively, if you are shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, it's just a click of a button, but that only places it in your basket. You need to check out to ensure that you don't miss out, because of course if you've got about, we've probably got about 10 people with it placing their basket. We've got a short queue on our phone line, so depending on how many people want to allocate to their orders, you could miss out if you're leaving it sort of sitting around in your basket. So my advice would be to check out the second you see something you like the look of, and that way you know you've got a strand of garnet that offers you so much sophistication and elegance heading your way for just $7.95. I think you'd be hard pushed to find faceted garnet of this quality for under £10 elsewhere, but as we say, that is what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, making luxury gemstones as accessible as possible. And because we've got so many people coming through on the phone lines, and there may be some people who are just thinking ahead and planning, nothing wrong with that, but you might not have a design in mind yet, I'm going to hand this over to Sarah as a bit of a challenge. In fact, she's already got the second sample I'm hearing, so there you go.
I'm blown
You've
away.
got ideas already, Sarah?
I have. I'm just blown away. I've got a few other bundles from this evening, and I'm mixing and matching.
Okay, cool.
And you know, working on a little spell over here.
Nice. Oh, good one. Give that girl a coconut. Right, okay, so you've got this along with some of our bundles, so it could come to us in a number of different guises then by the end of the show.
It could, but I absolutely love garnet. It just mixes and matches with so many other gemstones beautifully.
Absolutely.
So I'm spoilt for choice.
And do you find that people are aware of garnet? They know that gemstone?
They do. I think it's got a lot of sort of myth and legend surrounding it, right from the Bible and sort of back to Roman times and things like that. And people do appreciate it. It was one of the gemstones that I saw my dad used to have a signet ring with a garnet in it.
Okay, cool.
So instead of having an onyx, it was a garnet, which was sort of the choice at the time. And so yeah, very much so. People do, you know, really get drawn to it.
Nice one. Brilliant. Sorry, I just heard some interesting information just as you finished your sentence
I could see you were drawn away.
Sorry, it's because we've got faceted rounds of tanzanite.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I haven't brought these very often on the lecture, so you can excuse my distraction there. I'm sorry.
I'm completely distracted now.
There you go. You know, I was just 30 seconds ahead of you there. I mean, it is absolutely out of this world. One of the most luxurious strands we have ever been able to bring here at JewelleryMaker. And for 5 lucky people, you can own this evening. I think it's going to be a sellout strand tonight, given that we only have single figures of availability. 35 carat of tanzanite here. And to find tanzanite of this quality that you can actually cut and polish into a round before faceting it is not an easy task. You won't see that many faceted round tanzanites, even in the luxury market. They're not that common because, of course, to find a gemstone that will offer you the kind of colour tone and the kind of clarity that you need to create a faceted round is not that easy. And they do graduate in size from 4mm up to 6mm as well, so you've got that little bit of variation there in the sizes that might help to almost inform your designs in many ways. This might help to take you in a certain direction. Okay, I started with 5 strands. I'm technically down to just 2 remaining in stock, but some people do still need to check out their baskets. Congratulations to Denise. You have definitely got a strand of tanzanite heading your way. It is just absolutely phenomenal. This is what we want to see from the newest member of the Big 5. Actually, producer Helena's got a design suggestion. What would you do with it? Nice. I like it. Okay, so it's not a design suggestion, it's a money-making suggestion. Basically, Helena's looking at this as really an investment proposition. She's saying, want to get hold of tanzanite of this quality and keep it in your collection as something you can pass down to somebody that you're not going to make jewellery with, potentially.
Do you know, I love tanzanite and I love making rings from it.
Yeah?
I make wirework rings from it, and you use 1 or 2 and you make the most amazing piece of jewellery. And I make prototypes with my copper-based wires.
Yeah.
And then when I'm happy with the design, I then use my fine sterling silver wires to make the design. And they're just amazing. I
like that. I've always agreed with that sort of policy. I think it was you that introduced me to that idea of mocking up a design in the base metals, presenting it to your customer. Once they're happy with the design, then go and sort of make the completed piece in sterling silver. I like that idea.
And it really does sort of show the design to the customer. They can really see it rather than a drawing or...
I think it's good as well because it sort of brings a new feeling that the process is quite personal, that they're involved in the design process.
Definitely.
I like that. Okay, we've got 1 remaining in stock. The price is already on screen, $69.95. That means you're paying, what, £2 a carat for tanzanite. Okay, so 4 of these have been allocated. Got 1 remaining in stock, and Lisa, Diane, and an anonymous buyer, you've all got it placed in your basket. First person to check out will be successful. Congratulations if you're one of the lucky 5 people that got hold of that. If you missed out, better luck next time, I suppose. And Juan, you've come into the mix as well now, so I'm going to have to move on. So I'm just disappointing people. Ooh, 1 birthstone to another. Now we're moving on to August birthstone. Of course, this might not be such a consideration at this time of year, but I have to say, peridot would be one of the gemstones for me that works all year round. I think it's irrelevant, really, the fact that it's August birthstone, because you're hard pushed to find this kind of vibrancy in the colour of a gemstone any other time. Actually, you're quite right. I'd have to agree with that. My producer Helena's saying it's quite an uplifting and happy gemstone, much like the same kind of feeling you get from citrine, because you get the golden tones. You almost get a slight golden hue from your peridot, don't you? I always think of peridot, when I hear it described as sort of giving you sort of lime greens. I never really agree with that because I always think it's a slightly brighter tone, but I would go along with it being lemon and lime. Yeah, it has a citrus feel to it, doesn't it? That's definitely there.
Just love the way when you twist the gemstone, suddenly you get the lime, and then you twist it again, and then you get the lemon shooting straight through the gemstone. So it's really alive, and vibrant.
I agree with that. And the base of the gemstone, you tend to get more saturation of colour, but as you turn it in the light, you see that golden hue as well, don't you?
You do.
So it's definitely got a very zesty feel to it, shall we say. There we go. These are actually top drilled drops. So quite easy to incorporate into your designs. The other beauty of working with peridot that's cut into your droplet shapes is that they make perfect leaves. Or petals, you could use them as petals, yes, absolutely. Almost like vine leaves though from this size, aren't they? 5x4 to 8x5, so they'd work in your tiara twist techniques if you're creating a tiara design. Or even if you're just using that technique to create more of an ornamental piece, which I know is another consideration. Some people like to use genuine gemstones in more of their sort of ornamental designs, like, you know, Alison's the one who sort of introduced us all to that idea, really, isn't she, with the birds and the dragons, that kind of thing.
That's it.
Although I'm sure there's lots of wire workers out there who've been doing it for years and years. And so I think peridot will work in those kind of designs, but here we do have heavily faceted top drilled peridot, so you might want to retain it for those high-end commissions. Peridot is another gemstone that, like garnet, like amethyst, is heavily used by some of the more well-known designers, not just on the high street, but some of the top-end designers will use peridot, often set into 9-carat gold as opposed to silver, so it is very, very well appreciated by the master designers out there. 45 carats in total. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, which represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. And when you see the clarity and the colour of this peridot, you will be able to recognise the quality that we're offering you here. And let's have a look at our price. It's currently available on our website for $17.95. Already incredible value when you think that you're getting 45 carats of faceted peridot. But we're not staying there. We're about to take it down to Bargain Town. There you go. In fact, this is one of the price reductions that I love, because what we've effectively done is handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. So it makes it a risk-free shopping experience for me. You can get it home, see it in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. Normally, we would give you a further 30 days to make your decision, but at the moment, we've extended that money-back guarantee right up until January. So nothing to worry about whatsoever. In fact, Dan, our new editor on the channel, do you know the specific date in January? Is it right until the end? It is the end of January. There you go, right until the 31st of January. I know, because Dan would have made the VT that promotes it. So yes, so there you go. That's pretty impressive. So you've got November, December, so you've got 3 months, 3 whole months to make a final decision. That's a no-brainer then. You've got to get it home, see it in the flesh, and then make an informed decision, because you'll be able to work out whether it's going to suit your designs once you see it in the flesh. Don't forget, any price reduction you see here on The Late Show is only available for 60 minutes, so act now. Otherwise you could miss out on that deal. Moving on. Okie dokie. Wow. We got a little bit excited about pearls on Tuesday. It's Helena's favourite gemstone. It's my birthstone. Director Bruce's birthstone. Sarah loves pearls because she enjoys creating vintage style designs, bridal wear.
I do.
Even everyday pieces, pearls work, don't they?
They're so versatile.
Yeah.
Just one. If you got that strand of garnet, just one. Restrand the strand of garnet and just put one right in the centre on the neckline. Beautiful silver clasp on the back.
Nice.
Elegance personified.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the key associations with pearls anyway, isn't it? The feeling of sophistication and elegance and femininity with these ones, because they're very light pink tone, it's been described as. There is almost a feel of a sort of peachy tone in there, but it's very, very feminine. And luxury size here. They slightly vary from 10x9 to 11x10, so 1 millimetre of difference in terms of the variance in the size. I was just thinking, you know, when you're talking about making ring designs, Can you do that with the pearl, with the smaller drill holes? Were they still?
You can,
Yeah.
because what you can do is you can make your ring base out of a large gauge wire,
Okay.
and then use something like your 0.4, or you might even get the 0.6 through a pearl,
Yeah.
and use that as your anchoring wire to anchor your gemstone into your
Into
ring
the
base.
actual base.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, great. And those are really, really on trend at the moment, aren't they? But they do
They
tend
are.
to be very expensive.
And I love the way you can have the wire coming up around and sort of almost caging the
course.
pearl, which helps to protect it as well, because it's, you know, if you're wearing the pearl on your hand, you want to protect the pearl as
Great
well. So
idea.
the wire can actually help to protect the pearl.
And from a design point of view as well, you get to express your own personality in the wire work itself. You can
do.
put a little flourish in there. If you're caging the pearl, of course, it does give you a few different options of how you're going to incorporate this into your design. I've actually seen a Tahitian pearl ring, a solitaire, that was in the high 3 figures. And so when you see the price that you're going to pay for these beautiful cultured pearls tonight, you know that you are onto a winner. You know that we are offering the best value on the market. You're not even staying here. Producer Helena. Now there's so much fun going on in the building that we didn't really go through every single price reduction we're going to do tonight. So there are going to be a few that will take me by surprise. Currently these are available for $19.95, but we're about to take them down to the lowest ever price of $14.95. For luxury pearls, I mean, honestly, have a look what you can pay elsewhere for, you know, quite delicate pearls. In a boutique window, for example, you could be paying, you know, high double, maybe even treble figures for very, very delicate pearls. These are a luxury size. They are ranging from 10 by 9 to 11 by 10 millimeters in size. Once again, huge number of people coming through to multi-buy this. I've got people taking 2s and even 3s on this particular strand. So if you want to get involved with this, you need to be acting very, very quickly indeed. We only have a limited number available in stock, and I can only guarantee the clearance price on this strand for the next 60 minutes. So we've taken it down to £15, but it's only available for 60 minutes, and already a third of the stock's been allocated on this. That's how quick you've got to be on this particular strand of pearls. And when you look at that gorgeous feminine colour, you can see why they'd be popular. I know that a lot of jewellery makers out there probably get started with actually selling their designs and receiving commissions through bridal commissions often. These are going to be perfect for the bride. That beautiful feminine pink tone, or even bridesmaids, flower girls.
I was going to say, it's very much almost, I had a slightly deeper version that was almost like a very sort of soft toffee colour for my bridesmaid, and those would have worked beautifully with the fabric of the dress, because it's got that emulates the sort of sheen of the fabric of her dress. It was just beautiful. Oh, they're lovely.
Absolutely. Well, they go with any metallic tone as well as a result of the colour tones. They work with the more antique-y tones like the bronze and the coppers, but they also work with your rose gold, of course. But I'm thinking yellow gold will work rather beautifully as well.
Very rich.
They're flying out the door, so if you want to add those to your order at the clearance price of $14.95, you need to act now. Moving on. And wow, huge, almost, I want to describe these almost as pebbles of sapphire. They've got a kind of polished finish to them that remind you of the kind of pebbles you might find on the beach or something like that, but they're actually one of the most revered gemstones on the planet. Beautiful blue sapphires. I think this is the sort of flagship colour for sapphire, if you like. This is the colour tone that most people associate with the gemstone. Obviously there's going to be regular collectors watching tonight who know about gemstones, maybe through their own research, maybe through the information that they've picked up on here from us on JewelleryMaker. And so you're probably aware that corundum, which is the gemological name for sapphire, does come in a huge array of colour tones, but I think traditionally people think of sapphire as being a blue gemstone. And of course, if you are selling your designs, this is a consideration, because sometimes it can help to build rapport with your customers if you're explaining that sapphires come in a variety of different colours. Other times people might just be like, oh no, if it's not blue I don't want it, sort of thing, so if they're not as informed as you. So it could be a consideration, but you've got that beautiful blue tone here. It's almost a, well, it's pretty much a sort of royal blue, I would say. 135 carats in total. And you do get this beautiful organic feel as well from the irregularities in the shape and the size of a gemstone. I mean, given that you do have that deep royal blue, almost a navy blue tone, you could easily use these for unisex designs. And I'm thinking about a pair of cufflinks potentially. They'd work perfectly, wouldn't they?
Beautiful, and you could set them, you know, if you wanted to set those for gentlemen's cufflinks, they'd work equally well with your gold or your silver findings. And I can see my husband wearing those.
Absolutely.
He loves his blue shirts. You know, he wears quite light blue shirts, but he also wears a really light sort of, almost an amethyst colour shirt.
Right.
And I think they would look beautiful.
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? So they'd probably go quite well with amethyst, actually. Got some purple tones here. So if you did want to go down the more feminine route, you could use these gorgeous faceted amethysts alongside them. Definitely works, Sarah.
Oh yeah, amethyst works with everything.
Gorgeous. Amethyst. Oh, I'm so shocked to hear you saying that. I've noticed that even your witch's costume today is amethyst coloured.
It had to be purple. It had to be.
Yeah, it works. It works. Actually, Helena was just saying, can you imagine having sapphire cufflinks? That's exactly what I'm imagining right now. When I've got these gemstones on the back of my hand, one of the big four. Imagine being able to actually create a beautiful piece of luxury jewellery, but for a gent. Doesn't happen that often. Cufflinks are definitely the way in. And these nuggets do have quite a good variety in the sizes and shapes. They range from 13 by 11 to 17 by 12, and I think that's what gives you that organic quality. 135 carats from our Gems of Distinction range, and currently available for $16.95. But we're not staying there. We've got a lot of clearance deals for you this evening, right up until 9 p.m. And if we can take the price lower, we definitely will. But they do tend to be last of stock deals. So get on that free phone number very, very quickly. $12.95 is all you're going to pay right now for 135 carats of blue sapphire. And again, this is the kind of gemstone that will set you apart from other designers if you are attending your craft fairs, because when they see that you can source the big four, you know, the likes of your sapphires, your emeralds, your rubies, your diamonds, that's when they know to trust you as a designer. That's when you're going to start to receive those personal commissions. We are going to leave that one with you at the clearance price, and we're going to move on, because I just touched upon this and I was wondering if we had one in tonight's show. Very, very rare. Now, to bring you sapphires, exciting. We don't have it every day, and it is quite a prestigious gemstone, of course, but when it comes to genuine gemstones, there is one standalone gemstone that I think does catch everyone's attention, and that's diamonds. We have been able to source some diamonds for you. Again, you do have quite an organic quality to these gemstones because they are the rough cut nuggets and they are quite delicate here. I mean, these are your sort of silver diamonds, so they're offering you quite a lot of depth of colour, almost a sort of charcoal tone on some of the gemstones, and then you see the sparkle. So you start to get drawn in by the depth of colour, as I say, quite similar to the colour of my shirt, and then as you turn them in the light, you get that traditional sparkle, which I think most people are going to associate with this gemstone, aren't they? A girl's best friend. I mean, if you are working with the likes of sapphires or, of course, diamonds, these are the kind of gemstones that are going to help you to achieve those higher price points. I know that these are quite delicate, but I have to say, 36 centimetre strand, so virtually the length of my arm. Is this the kind of gemstone where, you know, you're not going to see it in every craft fair, a diamond, no. Even the rough cut variety? No. Can you expect to be able to charge a premium? This is the sort of strand that I would be, if I was selling my jewellery in a boutique, so I might have a concessionary stand in a shop or somewhere like a gift shop, on one of those little boutique streets. You know, every town's got a little boutique street that you go buy your special gifts for people from. Yeah, absolutely. If you can get yourself into one of those, and quite a lot of them will invite people to have a little display. Right. If you can get yourself into one of those, this is the strand I would be having with my jewellery in there, because it's the sort of thing that you can't get on the high street. It's the sort of thing that
you'll be able to offer to your customers with your higher end gemstones, like the sapphire, like those beautiful pearls we had.
Yes.
As an accenting gemstone, but it's just going to add that value, that
Absolutely.
prestige to your designs.
Fantastic. That's what I was thinking of when you basically took us through the journey there, so that's perfect. So they're probably not going to be the focal point of a design because they are quite delicate, but as an accent, instantly adds value to your design.
Definitely. And if you just wanted to say have one of those pearls and make a ring from it and have just a few of these just haloing the pearl.
Yes, nice.
How high end, how
exquisite.
Absolutely
and
beautiful.
You wouldn't find diamonds cut in this way either on the high street.
And I do love the organic nature of them, and I love the sparkle and the intensity you get from them. They're beautiful.
Again, you know, our studio light's not really doing the actual strand justice, not doing us any favours, because they are absolutely magnificent. They sparkle like there's no tomorrow. It's almost like, you know, when you see the frost on the pavement in the morning and the light hits it, that's what it's like, the way they're sparkling. Mind you, doesn't feel like we're going to have much frost for much longer anyway, because 20 degrees on Halloween. It's a really warm day. Okay, we've only got one strand remaining in stock. We better get the price on screen. $54.95. And again, you know, I think sometimes people can become a little bit disillusioned by some of the price points, because obviously there's a huge variation, and sometimes we're bringing you the likes of Garnet for $7.95, for example. But I have to say, diamond, it's very, very rare that we have this gemstone in stock here at JewelleryMaker. It looks like that's going to be a sellout deal, so we're going to leave that one with you. It does come in its own little presentation box, so nothing to worry about there. And it's time for a star buy. Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. Time for our first star buy of the evening, and this is one that you are not going to want to miss out on, particularly if you are interested in any of the braiding or knotting techniques. But actually, I'm thinking that maybe people that haven't had a go at those techniques previously might just be starting to think about expanding their repertoire, shall we see. Sorry, I just got distracted because, like, King Kong just was standing up at the window. A huge gentleman. He must have been quite a tall gentleman as it was, in a full-on gorilla cushion. Did you see that?
I didn't see it.
No, I'm not seeing things. He's gone now, but he was there and menacing, so my apologies. I think it's going to be a fun evening tonight. Okay, but we are going to make it worth your while. Now, what I was going to say is, if you haven't maybe attempted to do any kumihimo or macrame so far, it might be an idea to set yourself a new challenge, maybe in the new year, to add a new skill or discipline to your jewellery making repertoire. And so this might be a good investment, because actually you get 80 metres of wax cord on this particular bundle. I think these are pretty new. So on these reels here, these are all 1mm in diameter, and you get 10 metres on each reel. So you've got your amethyst purple, your hot pink, your champagne tone, your white, your forest green. That's a sort of neon apatite colour really, or a turquoise. And then you've got your orange tone there. But we've also got this extra reel. Now these are pretty new. I remember when these were launched, I was in on the day. And this is the silver cord. This is 0.6mm reel. You'd still get 10 metres on the actual reel, but it's a slightly smaller gauge, I suppose, and so it will go through some of the smaller drill holes, presumably. Is that right?
That's
Sarah?
it.
Yeah.
It's an ideal sort of lazy strand, if you like, or carrying strand for your gemstones.
Okay.
So you can then use something like, you may get some of the pearls on there, you might get some of your smaller dainty.
That's actually what I was thinking when I said it, actually.
Yeah.
Just because you mentioned earlier you might get the 0.6 through your pearls. Pearl knotting, of course, will make your pearls go so much further.
It does.
And again, that pink
with those colours.
with that silver tone That would work perfectly, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And you know, I've got a couple of examples here of pieces I've made that are sort of friendship style bracelet pieces. Do you want me to pop them over
I'll
there?
grab them from you.
You're going to grab them? Go on then.
Oh no, we're just going to get a shot of them, are we? Okay, never mind. Stay where you are, Edward. Behave yourself.
But this proves that, you know, you can make really substantial pieces of jewellery. These both don't actually have any gemstones on them at all, but they're great for, I love making these for my children. They wear them stacked up their wrists. But you know, you can add gemstones into them. If you have that smaller gauge thread that you've got there, that really does make it very easy for you to then add some of your daintier gemstones. You might want to enter some spacer beads.
It's quite good, I suppose, if you do need to have a range of price points as well, because of course, if you don't want to put any gemstones in, you want to keep the price point down to sort of pocket money kind of price point. You can do that with the braiding techniques, can't you?
You certainly can. And these, you know, I would have these if I was doing some of the school fairs. If maybe you're you know, appearing at a charity event where people, you know, you're going to get more trade through your stall, but the transactions are going to be of a lower price
point.
But that's brilliant, and it really builds interest in you as a jeweller. So have lots of business cards, have your order book there with you.
Okay.
So
this is just how to maybe develop your customer base.
Definitely.
Not necessarily a big sort of big turnover for that day, but if more people are aware that that's something you do, then you get business off the back of that.
Definitely. Or you might want to sort of throw it on its head and not have a stall selling jewellery, for instance, but actually take all your materials and teach people on the day to make a very simple design that they can make and take away with them.
Or even, I suppose, you could, without teaching somebody else to do it, just let them select what colours they want, what gemstones they want. You could do it all live, and you could just literally make jewellery on site, if you like.
That's great fun to get people really involved in that design process.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. So many different opportunities with your braiding techniques, and of course, if you're going to do that, you need to get hold of your thread. 80 metres of wax cord here, 70 metres in your 1mm, and then you've got 10 metres of the silver 0.6. Now, if you were to buy all of these individually, it would cost you £15.10. Already incredible value. We were talking about the price that you can pay at independent craft shops. They generally charge per metre, usually about £1 per metre. This is not going to work out £1 per metre. In fact, more like a penny per metre. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, 80 metres for £8. Is it 10p a metre? Or is it, yeah? There you go. Some of the most incredible value ever likely to see for these kind of threading materials. And this is the wax cord as well, so it's a little bit easier to work with in my experience. I've only done a few macrame techniques in my time, but just for what I was trying to achieve, it was a bit easier, I should say.
Yeah, all the cords act slightly different ways, so I love having a variety of cords, especially when doing something like kumihima, because they can react against each other when you're doing the braid, so sometimes you get an unusual effect. Okay. So you might get a twist in a braid, or you might get an undulation in a braid by using different cords together. So you might want to use some satin, you might want to throw a piece of chain in there, you might want to use your wax cords, and you just get a completely and utterly different look just by mixing and matching those materials.
Fantastic. Okay, so just slightly different patterns or textures from the different varieties of
I need to have all the cords in my life.
Yes, absolutely. I think a lot of people who are invested in the likes of kumihima, it's not just those techniques, I suppose, because these are more of the generic items, so other crafts will be reliant on these as well. If you're card making or even sort of doing your crocheting, things like that. These are perfect for those techniques,
I'm looking at those and I'm thinking they're very dual colours. A lot of those are very dual colours. And I'm thinking if you just want to go down maybe a bit of a shabby chic way to do your Christmas present wrapping.
Fantastic,
maybe, you know, you're a crafter like I am, maybe you want to stamp some paper, so you might want to get some sort of brown wrapping paper, you know, the ones you do parcels with, make your own little stamps on it and then use these cords to do the wrapping over the top.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I am a big fan of more decorative wrapping. I used to go out with a girl who was the gift wrapper for John Lewis on Oxford Street.
Oh my.
I can tell you now, none of my family wanted to unwrap their presents that year. In fact, it looked more impressive wrapped up than anything I was able to afford to buy them because she was just so fantastic at wrapping. So it is a consideration. And again, it goes on to show a little bit of thought has been put into the gift itself, doesn't it? $7.95 for 80 metres of wax cord, and we're now approaching limited availability. People are flying in to add this particular bundle to their order, and you can see there that it's nearly half price, so it should be £15.10. We've taken it under £8, so getting it as close to half price as we can there. Trick or treat, I think that one's a treat, in my opinion, for 80 metres of wax cord. We're going to move that one to one side, and we're going to move on to our next deal. And this is another great gift idea, actually. This is one of our mystery boxes, so this is almost irrelevant, really, but it just gives you an idea of what you might receive. The idea is that when we create a bundle, you'll hear us say quite regularly that even on the morning show or the mid-show, they're only available until 9 AM the next day. Here, of course, on the late show, they're only available for 60 minutes. So what happens is at that point, you can no longer add that bundle to your order, so you have to get involved early. But what happens if you get it home, you change your mind, or it doesn't quite suit your designs, or of course, we will build as many bundles as we have orders for, but if somebody changes their mind, or if their card doesn't go through, or whatever it is that happens, we might be left with, you know, just a few examples of this particular bundle left over. So it would take us a long time to break down all of those bundles, so instead they fall into one of 2 or 3 different categories. It's either going to be a £9.95 mystery gift bundle, £14.95 or £19.95. You can always be confident that what you receive will be of a greater value than the price point you pay. That's the whole point behind our mystery bundles. Well, it's the whole point behind any of our bundles, in fact. If it costs £9.95, you know that the actual cost of the products, if you were to buy them individually, would be a little bit more. So the idea here is that we're going to give you the opportunity to add the £9.95 mystery gift to your order. Great way again to benefit from the 1 P&P per day of just £2.95, or maybe you're watching tonight because you know there's a jewellery maker in your house, they've got a birthday celebration coming up and you want to get some for them, but you don't know what they do, you don't know what gemstones they like, you don't know if they're doing kumihimo, macrame, you might never have even heard of these words before, and you're thinking, how am I going to figure this out? What am I going to buy them? This would be perfect. Even if it's just a little add-on or a stocking filler, I'll tell you what these are perfect for, just figured it out. Secret Santas. Secret Santas. Because you don't know, you know, nobody knows. So it's really bought into the idea of Secret Santa because you don't know what they're going to get either. So the price point's already available as part of the description, £9.95. But as I say, if you've got an order up and running, maybe you've been inspired by Alison or something that was going on the morning show because they were having lots of spooky fun this morning, and you've got that order up and running, you really want to maximise on that £2.95 that you've paid today, you can add this to your order. I've had some people sending through to say what they've received as these bundles, and they are literally over the moon. Some people getting tools as well as gemstones as part of these. So this works out at £10. You can see here, look at this. This is just an example. I'm not saying you're going to get this. Nobody might get this one, but it's a double deal on lapis lazuli, and you've got a huge number on this strand. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, let's say roughly 44 individual lapis lazuli pendants here, but for less than £10. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I like the way you just scoffed at that, like it's just totally ridiculous, and it is, isn't it?
It doesn't make sense, does it, when you say it that way? You know, I'd like to buy 44 pendants, please, made out of lapis lazuli, and I want to pay less than £10.
Yeah, I think you'd be frog marched off the premises elsewhere, not here at Jewellery Maker. These are the kind of deals we can bring you, but only because of our unique bundling system. It allows us to work in a way that we can employ lower sort of margins, and that way we get the prices down. And of course the mystery gifts, they've already been made up, so this is our way of clearing out those bins, making way for new and exciting opportunities here at Jewellery Maker. A lot of people coming through for this one. I think we've struck a chord this evening. Maybe people have received their name today in the office for the Secret Santa.
I think if you are buying for Secret Santa, why not buy 2 or 3, open them?
That's a good idea.
And then you'll be able to sort of, you know, mix and
make
match
a judgment
them,
as to which
and
one.
And you get a secret present as well.
Oh, I like this idea.
I always, you know, get a little something and get it really early in the year. Wrap it up. Normally by the time Christmas comes round, I've forgotten what it actually is.
I like this. I like this idea, because normally I say get 2 or 3. Yeah. And then keep the one you like. You can send the others back, but actually this is a better idea. Get 2 or 3, yeah. Mix and match it into a few different presents, and then make sure there's something left over for you at the end. Yeah. She's on fire tonight, Sarah Elvin. Okay, £9.95 for the mystery gift prize. I don't know what you're going to get, but that's the fun of it. It's trick or treat, in fact. Okay. Now these are going to be right up Sarah's street as well, actually, because they're perfect for bracelet designs, in my opinion, which is obviously something that the braiding techniques are perfect for. They give you a very high-end finish to your bracelet designs, and the reason they do that is that not only are they 925 sterling silver, but they are encrusted with amethyst, which is Sarah's favourite gemstone, and producer Helena's birthstone. She wanted everybody to know that.
Oh, that's really nice.
Listen, don't be coming on it to the Late Show and hankering for viewers to send you jewellery. That's my job. That's my job on the Late Show. So if anybody combines this with pearls, you're happy to take that off their hands, are you? Well, yes. Okay. There's a commission out there for somebody. I can hear it coming now. Yep. No, you do get 5 of these. These are the little delicate spacers. They are quite small. They're 4mm in size, but I think that adds that level of sort of intricacy to your design, doesn't it?
Definitely. It really does. And they're beautiful when they're put in between, just as little spaces in between other gemstones on a bracelet, exactly where you're going to be able to see them, and really appreciate them. I'd want these exactly where I can see them. Right. So I'd have them in a bracelet so I can admire them all the time.
Nice.
But I would possibly use the really jewelled purple cord, because there's some bracelets out on the high street that literally are cord taken round, little joiner at the back, which you can make out of wire, or you could, do a little bit of a macrame slider.
Sure.
Little silver or gold spacer bead on the end of each cord, and one little charm in the middle, and they sell. You do some research on the prices, because they are so high end, sort of these bracelets, and they sell for an absolute fortune. You can make your own.
You've stumbled across my Achilles heel in the jewellery retail market, which is the cost of charms on the high street. As you well know, Sarah.
I do.
I do think these are very similar to the kind of... Is it a little stopper that you would call it?
You do get
on the end of the charms bracelets.
On the end of the charm bracelets, which is basically stop them from rolling around the bracelet.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
And they'd work in that same way, wouldn't they?
They would.
Only they're not often gemstone encrusted on the high street, but they cost more.
Yeah. Not that you're bitter about it. Oh, I know.
I'll have a nice glass of lemonade to get over my bitterness. Very soon. Okay, 925 sterling silver, 5 individual little amethyst encrusted spacers here, and all for one price point. £14.95. That's £3 per sterling silver charm. I mean, again, it's the kind of value you wouldn't be able to find elsewhere, but we can offer it here at JewelleryMaker, and it's only because of the unique way in which we work, because we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, so that allows us to get as close to source as possible. Sometimes we're actually working from a mine that we actually own ourselves, not me personally, obviously. But the owner of the company does have his hand in a few different mines across the world, and so that's why we can offer you such incredible value. Amethyst encrusted sterling silver charms for £14.95. We've got a little deal here. Pete, your costume's fantastic, I have to say. There's a lot of work gone into this. Who are you, King of the Zombies? I'll do it on the night. Right, we're going to give you another collection of findings now. Again, quite a lot of character to these, so they're going to be quite identifiable within the design. They are going to be probably adding that little bit of character that you might be looking for. I'm going to start with these because they're just awesome. They're little 5-petal flowers. I see them almost as like little roses, but they're bead caps. So you could use them as a bead cap, or you can use them as a feature. You're never limited by the description of the item. In fact, I would say some of the most effective designs I've seen have been when the designer themselves has sort of thought outside the box and maybe used findings in an innovative way, because it does tend to help to elevate your designs onto that next level. These are perfect. They're rose gold plated sterling silver, so once again, high end on top of high end. They're 10.5 millimeters in size. Okay, so you get 5 of these in total. If you are looking at the screen and thinking that I'm either a Scrooge for not entering into it, or that I look a little bit scruffy, it's because I've been walking around before the show in my costume, and unfortunately we can't hear anything when I start to speak.
It's not really classed as a costume though, is it? It's just
I did have the wig as well. You didn't see the original wig.
No.
The original wig was big grey long hair. Okay, there you go. Now you can see my horns. There we are. Actually, that looks even scary. It looks like it's eating me. So I did enter into the spirit of it, but nobody could hear me when I spoke, so I've taken it off. But anyway, let's get back to this findings offer. That's what the show's all about, bringing you add it to your order deals. So we've got you the 5-petal flower little bead caps there, and you get 5 of those. They're 10.5 millimeters in size. And then have a look at this. Now these can be used in a variety of different ways. I think they're intended to be little charms again. And there you go. The key to my heart. You like that little sentiment there? Pete's giving me a little smile across the studio. He wants the key to my heart.
Aww.
You already got it, sunshine. You just made me a coffee. And you do get quite a lot of these. Let's have a look. How many did we get? 25 individual little key charms there. I hope you can see the shape. Should I hold it that way? Does that make it clearer? The little key shape. So these would be perfect for the little steampunk designs, wouldn't they?
Definitely. They're really nice if you're making, you may have a bead scoop and have lots of sort of mixed gemstones you want to use and have like a tassel style chain, necklace. Just add a few in there. When you move, they're going to catch the light.
Get the little metallic shimmer. Yeah, I like that idea as well. Again, these are rose gold plated sterling silver, so again, very, very high end, adding value to your designs at all times. That's what you're looking for, because it will help you to justify the price point when you do come to sell your design. Or of course, again, if you're creating designs as gifts for a loved one, you want it to have a sort of intimate sentiment, don't you? And these allow you to do that. Now, we also, as part of this collection, have your little spacer bars. Now these have more of a practical application, because I've seen these used, again, as little spacers, but traditionally to allow you to have more than one thread within your necklace design, so you can have the double weaves, or it doesn't have to be double, I suppose. These give you the capability to have multiple strands inside your design. Is that right?
What they allow you to do is to have 2 strands sitting next to each other, either on a wrist or on the neckline, and they keep that spacing for you, so that it stops them from crossing over each other or becoming jumbled on the wrist. So they keep them in those parallel lines for you. And so if you're using things like, you know, you may have your multicoloured sapphires, the smaller rondelles, or maybe you've got some beautiful tanzanite, or even those diamonds. If you want to make a double row diamond bracelet, why not?
Absolutely, and you want rose, well, you want gold plated silver to set alongside your diamonds anyway, so these are perfect for that.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that design on Wall of Fame pretty soon. Okay, so you actually get 30 of your spacer bars, you get 25 of your keys, and you get 5 of the larger flower bead caps, all for one very low price this evening. Currently available for $19.85 if you were to buy them all individually, but we're not going to stay there. We are going to take them down to a clearance price tonight. $11.95, should be $19.85, so should be closer to £20 this evening. We've got them under £12 for you, and this is all rose gold plated sterling silver as part of this particular collection. You've got to be adding that to your order, surely, and especially people who are planning to sell their designs, maybe 2015 is going to be your year where you do start to move from being a hobbyist into being a jewellery designer in your own right. And of course, these are the kind of items that will allow you to make that transition, because if you've got the gold-plated silver, if you've got items that offer you a slightly more quirky feel, a little more character to your pieces, then it might just help you to actually sell the design itself. They're available right now for $11.95 from 1985. We're going to move on. And oh, now this, I saw this one earlier, and I did fall in love, Helena. You're quite right. Not just because of the colour tone, but have a look at that. I think that's the longest the strand's gone at my arm. It's very lengthy. What have we got here? 47 centimetres of length on this particular strand. So it's the best part of half a metre of apatite. I think this might be one of the longest gemstone strands. It's like a skipping rope. I'm not going to do it.
Go on.
I've tried to do it with longer things and failed, so I won't. And the last time I tried, producer Liam and director Bruce were actually a bit worried that I was going to trip myself up, smack my face on the floor and not get up. And they were like, neither of us can present the show, so can you not do this, please? One of the things I would say about this is that sometimes people are a little bit concerned that they might not have quite enough gemstones to create, you know, one succinct piece of jewellery, and they're going to have to maybe introduce their spacer beads or their other gemstones, and they might have to almost compromise their design, their vision, if you like.
Yes.
But when you've got a 47 centimetre strand, then you know you're going to have enough gemstones here to create, well, a whole matching set probably, rather than just one necklace design. I've been sharing my findings about apatite recently here on the show, just because it's being used much more predominantly by American designers, and not just, you know, some of the lesser known, some of the mainstream fashion designers have been using apatite in their jewellery pieces recently, and my theory is that it's only a matter of time before it comes over to the UK. You only need one person wearing it on the red carpet and everyone's going to want it. It's going to be more difficult to get hold of, and therefore the price is going to improve. But of course that hasn't happened yet. So if you're shopping from JewelleryMaker, you've got the best opportunity to get involved. Are you being serious? Sorry, I was genuinely shocked then. So my voice went up a couple of octaves. Like, what? $7.95 for a 47 centimetre strand of sea green apatite. What I really love about this particular strand, apart from how many gemstones you've got here, is the colour tone. It's almost a sort of a tropical blue, if you like. It's got that slight green tone in there. It's a very almost Mediterranean-like colour. So you've still got the icy sky blues in there, but you also have that slight lift of colour from the green hue in some of those gemstones. Absolutely exceptional. A lot of people coming through for this one, and I'm thinking that this is one of the strands which for me epitomises everything we're trying to achieve when we talk about offering you the best value. Of course, sometimes people will think, oh, you know, that's not the lowest price I've seen for that gemstone, but when you see the quality of the gemstone, when you see the carat weight, when you see a 47 centimetre strand for less than £8, I'm very, very reluctant to believe that you can find better value in terms of the quality of the gemstones and the quantity you're actually receiving here. 47 centimetres. I would like to count them, but I'm not sure I'd have time. I mean, if you made a pair of apatite earrings and you set them onto sterling silver shepherd hooks, that must be a £10 pair of earrings.
At least.
Right.
because you know, you can see the elegance, you can see the natural gemstone quality from those.
Absolutely.
And they're not sort of shy and retiring, they're not small pieces of apatite, they're lovely, sizable pieces, and they're going to make gorgeous earrings. And you may only need just one on each side of you know, each drop.
Fantastic.
And you're going to make your money over and over and over again.
You can make your money back off just 2 gemstones, and then you've got, let's measure how far 2 gemstones takes us. 2 gemstones is only 1.5 centimetres on this strand, so that means you've got 45.5 centimetres left, and that's you've already actually made a profit, haven't you?
Yeah.
There you go. Winning, as they say, on that strand.
These are beautiful if you're into making wirework pendants. Just a few dotted onto a wirework pendant with the copper coloured or the rose gold coloured wire.
Actually, now that you say that, it's almost a turquoise tone that you've got because of the greens and the blues. Yeah. Love it. It's going to work in so many different designs, and you can afford to be a bit more experimental because, as we say, we've given you the best part of 1/2 metre of sea green apatite on that particular strand. We're moving on. Oh, it's star by time. Welcome back to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Hopefully most people can see I was dressed up, but just to make sure that I articulate everything correctly, I have had to move my costume a little bit. Have a look at this, because we put together a wholesale bundle here, money saving opportunity for all of the jewellery makers out there, and I have to say we've kept it pretty generic, pretty versatile, this particular bundle. These are the 2 colour tones that we talk about as being mainstays, or certainly I do, and I think it's because they work throughout the seasons, they work with any other colour tone. It's your greens and your oranges. So we talk about green as being Mother Nature's base tone. I always talk about how orange will work throughout the seasons of the year, and so we've married those 2 colour tones together. I mean, from a more obvious point of view, it's a bit like a pumpkin. But I think from a jewellery making perspective, if you're thinking about how you can use this within your designs today, I just think that, I mean, I would put those together all day long. You've got that sort of Colombian emerald tone coming from your faceted rounds, and those are actually green adventurine. That's why you've got that pastel tone, and then you've got your sunstone drop, so a bit more of an organic feel from the sunstone, because there's a greater level of variation in the sizes. They range from 6x4 to 11x6, but you've got that sort of more pastel tone, that apricot or that peach shade coming through there, and I think those work perfectly together. But you're never going to be limited. I mean, if you're working on a micro macrame design or even a kumihimo design, because you've got more 4mm rounds, you could use them almost as a strand within your piece, couldn't you?
Definitely, yeah, you can. You can use those elongated sort of nuggets as well. If you either put those onto your Essilon threads, which we've had a lot of recently, or you can even use your beading thread as that carrying thread for those in your macrame design, and these work beautifully when you use them, say, on 4 of the 8 strands. If you're doing an 8-strand round, they give you a beautiful texture on your piece.
Fantastic.
Gorgeous.
There you go. So top tip from our expert Sarah this evening as well. Look at these then, the gorgeous agate, so you get more of that sort of tangerine fiery quality from your agate faceted rounds, again 4mm in size. These beautiful nuggets are actually dyed onyx, so green onyx for us this evening, the forest green, that sort of emerald tone, real feeling of texture, certain organic quality. Again, because of the irregularity in the size, these ones actually range from 3x2 up to 15x4, and then you've got the consistency of colour in the orange tones from the orange quartz here. Again, 4mm rounds, but this time they're not faceted, they're plain rounds, so those will work, again, variety of different disciplines, whether it's soutache or macrame or kumihimo. Thinking even on your bead loom, they'd work on that, wouldn't they? Perfect. So, I mean, those are more of your solid tones. I'd probably be tempted to use those together and those together, but the world's your oyster as always. You're only ever limited by your own personal creativity. So we've got a huge carat weight of gemstones here. Green onyx, green aventurine, orange agate, orange quartz, and your sunstone. Should be £16.75. We're going to take this down to another clearance price. £10.95. So we're talking about £2.50, less than £2.50 a strand this evening. £2.20 per gemstone strand. Absolutely ridiculous. Especially as some of these strands are coming from our Gems of Distinction range. You're talking about our green onyx, our sunstone, both the highest possible quality we can source for you. But then just think about how difficult it is to actually facet a 4mm round of aventurine or agate. Not an easy task. Quite a labour intensive proposition to actually facet these very, very small gemstones. But of course that doesn't affect your price here at JewelleryMaker, particularly not when we're making a wholesale bundle. So 5 strands of gemstones for £10.95 this evening. Very, very impressive deal. Great way again for you to increase your gemstone stash, and these are very versatile colours, so you can't go wrong if you're starting to integrate some of these colour tones into your stash, particularly at that price, £2.19 per strand. Very, very good. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you at just £10.95. It is a little bit limited in availability, so if you've got it in your basket, check out. If you're caught in two minds, don't forget you've got until the end of January to make your final decision, because we've extended our money back guarantee. So nothing to worry about at all. And another little, I don't think there's much decision to make here. Every single one of them is a treat. There's no tricks involved tonight, is there? They're all treats.
No, that's just reminding you. I just went to the Botanical Gardens this last week.
All right.
And there's a tree just by the entrance that's got, at the moment, all of those colours on one tree.
Really?
And it's got even more colours, but it's just shouting autumn at me.
Yes.
And those colours are just beautiful together.
Gorgeous, aren't they? Because you've got the transition at the moment between the greens and the goldens, haven't you? Perfect. Oh, tree of life. Using your faceted formal rounds even. That'd be a good transition. Okay, I'm going to have to leave that one with you because we're going to a quick break. When we return, more incredible late show deals from us. And rubies, did you just say? Oh, druzy. Right, okay, I was going to say, I didn't see them. Okay, so druzy and pearls coming up. And of course, a lot more treats as well. So don't go away. We'll be back in 2.
As peace of mind for your Christmas shopping, any purchase you make from now until Christmas can be returned to us until the 31st of January 2015.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh as she guides you through how to make beads using friendly plastic. Liz will teach you how to make an array of different shapes and patterns, including round beads, wrapped and tubular beads. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. So, to get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at JewelleryMaker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker is part of the Genuine Gemstone Company for a reason. If we're going to offer you gemstones, then they have to be genuine, but the only way we can guarantee that is by getting a lab test. This guarantees that you're going to get genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what you deserve.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. Lots of ghoulish treats to bring you before 9 PM, including some of the best value you're going to see all night. A 9-strand Super Saver, because, I mean, we can let him off today because it's his day. Gordon the Gremlin turned up and nicked one of our strands. So it's gone down from a 10-strand Super Saver to a 9-strand Super Saver, but don't panic, because the price will reflect that. So there you go. Incredible value. And the other thing I have to make everybody aware of is our superstar buy tonight. I think people are going to seriously fall in love with this. Gorgeous combination of colours, from your feminine pinks to your hot pinks to your ruby reds. It's all in one strand here in faceted agate slabs. They always tend to attract a lot of attention. I think traditionally people have used them as the focal point of designs, maybe as pendants. These aren't quite as large as the other agate slabs we've had in the past. They're still very sizable, they're still going to make a huge impact on your designs, but they might be a little bit easier to work with. You might be able to use these in a few different ways, so you're not going to be quite as restricted because they're a little bit easier to incorporate into your designs. So they are coming up in the final hour of the show. You like those, Sarah?
I'm just thinking wire work rings, because they're that daintier size. They're going to make those really fabulous cocktail rings.
Absolutely. Now you say it, I can't believe I didn't mention it. There you go. Look at that. You know which one I've gone for? The Kunzite pink, of course.
Of course.
Or Morganite pink, actually. Look at that. That's fantastic, isn't it? Don't think I could quite pull it off. Oh, look at that. The ruby red looks pretty impressive, doesn't it?
They're all individual works of art on that strand. They're just beautiful.
Nice. Well, they're coming up in the final hour of the show, so I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. Actually, I'll tell you what, alongside the garnet that we launched the show with.
Ooh, wow.
Spectacular combination.
That's just so opulent and royal and rich and regal. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. So if you were lucky enough to come through for that strand that we launched the show with, then it could be the perfect accent to your larger red agate slabs. They're coming up in the final hour. We're going to kick off with what I expect to be a sellout deal. Are these a little bit limited? Okay, so they've been on air before and they have proved to be very popular. We might have enough to go around, we might not. We've only got double figures of availability, so if I were you, I'd get involved quite early. Now, all you need is a little bit of movement and you're going to see these crystal formations come to life. There you go, they're sparkling now, aren't they? They have actually been coated, so they've had this little rainbow coating on top, so you get a variety of different colours. I mean, from the angle I can see sort of fuchsia tones, golden tones, lime, greens coming through as well. Not always these there. Actually, if I tilt it forward, that seems to be getting a better effect out of the studio lights. Look at that. They're gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, these are transporting me to a winter wonderland, in all honesty. You've got the icy blue tones there, but you've got that little twinkle. It's more than a sparkle, it's more like a twinkle that you're getting from those crystals. They're gorgeous. If Sam was here right now, who's our regular tech op, I'd be doing this. So that her mum knew to get on the phone lines, because she is a massive fan of Druzy, and that's her buying signal. So if you see Sarah like scratching her nose while she's talking, you know what she's up to now. She's making sure somebody's dialing that free phone number on her behalf. And so, as I say, as ever, do you know what? They almost look like an Ice Queen's palace or something like that, you know what I mean? When you've got those irregularities in the crystal formations, they're just spectacular. They're so dramatic, yet they also have a sort of fun angle to them as well. They're quite intriguing, aren't they, really?
See these being made into a real statement piece of jewellery, either to wear as that special piece of jewellery on Christmas Day,
sure,
or if you're going to a very special Christmas event. I think these would make beautiful statement pieces, but there again I can see these working on a background of felt. That as a centrepiece with a little bit of wire work as a big brooch to go on your winter coat.
That is a great idea, because then you can wear it every day.
Yeah.
But if you did, maybe if you are attending the Genuine Gemstone Company Christmas ball, something like that, what about a choker?
I may have to make one, because I'm going this year.
Are you going to that?
I am.
Right, okay, so I'm thinking about a choker design. So then they really are the centrepiece of the design. They really are going to attract all that attention.
Definitely. And you can make it very Victorian if you just want to use a ribbon backing and just have that as that one focal, and have the sort of black ribbon and go for that really sort of Victorian feel choker.
That worked great. So there you go, so many different opportunities. Maybe you just love to work with cabochons if you're a wire worker. Again, the cocktail style rings might take your fancy.
Yeah.
A little bit of movement. I just heard the price point, that's why I looked shocked. It wasn't that I was actually being eaten by this ghoul. $9.95 for all three. I paid more than that for one Druzy geode in a little gift shop. Well, Helena said, yeah, they tend to inflate their prices in gift shops. She said, in fact, Ed, you get ripped off quite a lot for jewellery. Maybe you should shop from JewelleryMaker. What a great idea! I've never been a massive, advocate of shopping from JewelleryMaker, of course. It's only my job. No, you could be right. I think you're onto something here. If you're shopping from one of the biggest gemstone buyers in the world, then you're probably more likely to get better value. And that's certainly the case. You know what? I totally agree with you, because when I looked down and I saw this next to that other strand, I thought they'd go. And what about box 5 as well? Yeah? Have a look at this. For a combination, if you're looking for the icy blues. Actually, I suppose, again, it's about your perception of these jewellery designs. It's about the way in which you present them, I suppose, because this is Larimar. Sorry, but well, King Kong just went past again, but this time he was having a chair race with a pirate. They were both self-propelling themselves with a chair, and we're sorry, I don't mean to get distracted, but it is.
It's hard not to be.
It is. This is a crazy place to work at the best of times, but today there's something in the water. Michael Jackson was walking around. I haven't seen that, but I've seen some pretty impressive costumes, I must say. I'm now going to bring you Larimar, and it's another very, very rare gemstone, highly revered. In fact, it's very, very rare that you see this gemstone on the UK market. We don't see it a lot in this country. It's a very, what's usually more easy to get hold of in the Caribbean. Traditionally, you find this in the Dominican Republic. I know that a lot of people have experienced this gemstone when they've been sort of on cruises or when they've been abroad. in quite a luxurious surroundings, shall we say. That's where Larimar tends to be available. Very, very high price points. Oops. And just because of the unique way we work here at JewelleryMaker, we can source these very, very rare gemstones. Here we've got the rough cut nugget. So again, almost presenting you with quite an organic quality, but because the gemstone is so high end, it's instantly going to add value to your design, as we've been discussing. Now these nuggets range in size from 6x4 to 16x6, so you actually get 75 carats of Larimar on this strand alone. It comes from the Gems of Distinction range.
Oh my goodness.
Pete, get over here. Actually, you'll get me out of trouble as well, because you are definitely dressed up. People think I'm a Scrooge. Right, I don't want anything to do with that.
You can give me the mask, and then people won't know.
They won't know that it's you, yes. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't need you tonight. Get out of here. Okay. I don't know where Ed's gone, but someone's taking Larimar to $6.95. That is a ridiculous price point, offering you the best value on the market for one of the most luxurious gemstones available. And this is, again, the kind of gemstone that you would associate with very, very high three-figure sums traditionally. I'll tell this story on it. I've told it before. Helena won't have heard it, and if you're new to us, you won't have heard of it. Basically, when I was a producer on Gems, going back quite a few years now, 5 years actually, since I was a producer on Gems. And I was at, don't even tell me how old you were 5 years ago, I'm going to be depressed. She was a teenager 5 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're going to skip past that. What I was going to say is when I produced on that channel, I was privileged enough to be able to do the first ever Larimar jewellery launch on the channel. So we'd never seen the gemstone before. We did the launch, we were all excited, heavily promoted as a Sunday night show, and it only lasted 45 minutes because I ran out of jewellery designs. Because so many people coming in so quickly, and if you do watch both channels, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say I didn't even get the opportunity to crash the price point on the piece of jewellery. So it's a falling price auction over on Gems TV. Didn't even get the opportunity to crash the price. That's how quickly.
Wow.
And I'm talking about like hundreds of people coming through for pendant designs, rings, bracelets, necklaces, straight on the phone lines, and we're talking about, I mean, best value on the market, of course, because it's a genuine gemstone company, but still very, very high two-figure, maybe even three-figure sums for your Larimar jewellery. And now, here on JewelleryMaker, I've got the opportunity to bring you 75 carats of Larimar for $6.95. I mean, it's just incredible. I'm moving on though. In fact, this is the one I really like as a combination. So we're going to bring that druzy back out. In fact, you could use all three because they're all very organic minerals, aren't they? When you think about the Larimar nuggets, the druzy crystal formations, and then how about this? Cultured pearls as well. Described as light teal. Probably. I normally describe them as turquoise personally.
I think they are more of a sort of sea turquoisey blue.
Yeah,
They're beautiful.
Yeah. They're like a frosted turquoise, something like that, because you've got that pearlescence there. And that, from that point of view, they work brilliantly with the druzy, weren't they? Because you've got that frosted effect from the crystal formations there. I mean, how about the pearls on the neckline and then the druzy as the pendant? That works, doesn't it?
Definitely. Or if you wanted to almost soutache around and use those pearls as accents to soutache around.
Oh,
the
great
druzy.
idea. If you got hold of the cord earlier as well, and you've got the silver cord,
Definitely.
and we also had the sort of apatite coloured cord, didn't we? Oh, turquoise, I suppose, is the colour you would describe it as. So, again, you're only ever limited by your own levels of experimentation. So, the more outlandish you're prepared to be,
That's it.
the more
just mix and
impressive
match
your design might be.
Mix and match your gemstones, mix and match your medias and your techniques, and don't be afraid just to sort of throw it all at it and see what sticks and what doesn't, because that's
It's a
the
great
best
way
design.
of putting it, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because, of course, that's the whole point of being a designer in your own right, because you're not limited to those generic designs you see on the high street. You can really think outside the box.
You might have a really outlandish design, but you might have a really classic design that you can't find on the high street because it's not what might be in fashion at this particular moment
at that time. Yeah, absolutely.
But it might be your style, and then you can create anything you like.
Makes perfect sense to me. This is the beauty of being an accomplished jewellery maker. And apart from anything else, they're massive.
They are.
They are absolutely luxury pearls. Now, you'll hear us say that from time to time here on the channel. If you do want to know, an industry standard, anything over 8.5 millimetres in size is generally considered to be a luxury pearl. I think if you go to, you know, your top end designers, they normally start to talk about luxury pearls when they're about 10 millimetres. So, you know, just to make that distinction, the reason that I talk about them in that way is that these, at a minimum, are 10 by 9 millimetres, ranging up to 12 by 10 millimetres. So they're definitely going to make a significant impact on the kind of jewellery designs that you put together. And of course, when you've got the larger pearls, you've got a bigger surface area, so the pearlescence will add a little bit more to your design as well.
They're just electric. Over there, the lustre I'm getting from them is just shooting back electric blues at me, and I just think they're amazing. And I would just probably put in there, because I love that frosty blue that it's got. I would put in, you know, if you had some of the natural white quartz crystals, the elongated ones, that look a bit like icicles.
I think I launched them actually. Were you on the show with me?
I might well have been. It was quite a while ago.
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about.
And think those sitting just round the neckline, make a collar from them.
I can actually see the design as you're describing it, so that must be a good thing, absolutely. I mean, apart from anything else, these are almost sort of mini pearl cabochons, if you like, as well. So you could use them in such a variety of ways. I've seen that beautiful soutache pearl hairband.
That's beautiful.
My daughter loves that. Every time I hold it on air, she's like, "Oh, what happened to that hairband?" I'm like, "It lives at JewelleryMaker." Yes, ranging up to 12 by 10 millimetres, luxury turquoise pearls. And Helena's asking me to guess how much. I'm going to go for $11.95, because the last ones we reduced to $11.95.
Oh dear.
$7.95.
I would be buying those in as much money as I could get my hands on. I'm buying multiples and multiples.
How many you can get for the
Because even if you just want to make a classic bracelet, clasp on it, and you would make your money back off one bracelet and profit.
Fantastic.
Well, even a pair of earrings, just a pair of earrings, a
classic pair of pearl earrings. Yeah.
Those amethysts to the service of the spaces in between those.
Now you're adding value. Yeah, but you don't need to. You can be a bit more sparing because they're a little bit larger. I'm trying to capture the effect of the pearlescence actually for you as well, because not only are they slightly irregular in their size and shape, but that's giving you greater irregularities on the surface, which is really making the pearlescence come to life. We've got golden tones, fuchsia tones, as well as your greens and blues swirling on the surface of the actual mineral itself. Gives you a really credible pearl design, in my opinion, because of course if you are working with faux pearls, people will be able to tell instantly. These are one of the most replicated mirrors on the planet, I suppose, pearls, aren't they?
To me, there's nothing worse than a faux pearl that's been set into a design and the person's worn it and they've evidently caused it on something and it ends up sort of a bald pearl or scratch.
It looks like, you know, when you take the foil off some food or something, you can see the foil. That's what it looks like when you damage a faux pearl. Everybody's in agreement here. I love it, no. And there is something, it just devalues the piece of jewellery instantly. I imagine for the wearer as well, they're sort of like put off wearing it with
You're not going to feel confident and elegant and have that poise and posture that you are when you wear natural pearl, and you're going to feel absolutely, you're going to stand up straight, you're going to raise your neck, you're going to have that beautiful posture, and you're going to feel just amazing wearing them.
And my little addition to that, I totally agree with that, and this is this season's colour for Mother of the Brides. I've been reading my bridal magazine, you see, because I like to get an idea of the kind of things for for jewellery designers that might be quite popular. Actually, this is the colour that my mum wore to my sister's wedding in May, so I don't think she was wearing a magazine. I think she stumbled across it.
That's the colour that I wore as my going away outfit.
Really?
After my wedding, I had that colour.
There you go. So it's synonymous with wedding parties then. Perfect. And nobody needs to know that you only paid $7.95. Sorry, Helena. Right, okay, we're going to move on. We've got a lot to get through, and I'm falling in love with all the gemstones and slowing everything down. Have a look at this. So we talked there, because we've been concentrating on the sort of turquoise tones and the icy blues, we've been talking about the idea of developing winter-style jewellery designs for certain events. Maybe it's a Christmas ball or your Christmas do. I mean, some people have, even through their employers, they have like black tie do's, don't they, for their Christmas
do, yes, lots and lots of them.
Not here at JewelleryMaker. We'll be going to Pizza Hut, if we're lucky. Clear quartz on your top drill drops here. I mean, these are screaming sophistication at me and elegance. Oh, I like that. And so Helena's just saying that these are like the chameleon of any design, because the way they've been faceted, the clarity you've got there, that neutrality is going to allow them to pick up on the colour tones from any other gemstone, and therefore they're the perfect accent, but they will almost transmit that colour tone through their clarity. I like that idea. And these, again, do graduate in size along the strand, so they range from 13 by 9 to 19 by 13, giving you 100 carats of clear quartz. This, again, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and it's a gemstone that I think some people are a little bit too blasé about. They think that quartz is very readily available as an actual gemstone, but to find clear quartz that offers you this clarity that can be faceted in this way isn't an easy task. It's as difficult as mining for any other gemstone, in fact. And of course, because you've got the clarity there, or if you haven't got the clarity rather, then it won't fit the bill. You won't be able to facet it, you won't be able to have a gemstone of this size, because of course it will be ruined by the inclusions. Not on this particular strand. They are just gorgeous. I mean, again, if you did want to create sort of statement ring designs in the traditional cocktail fashion, these would be perfect.
They would.
Last week we were joined by Janet, and she was saying, you know, never think that you can't create a design based on the shape or where the drill hole's based. She's saying there's always a way. And actually, she started to set the top drill drops, you know, on their side in wirework rings, because actually the drill hole acts as an anchor.
It does.
So you can create it, much like you were describing earlier, of creating the base for your pearl and then using it to anchor them on.
I'm just thinking these, if you've got a fairy tale sort of wedding where you've got those tiara style pieces where you might be going for a crown style tiara, to have these suspended in the centre of that crown style, just dropping down.
The droplet style,
so they will move. And because they're top drilled, you'll have that movement when the bride walks.
Or even if you have a multicultural wedding.
Definitely.
Because you tend to have a lot more sort of costume changes, if you like, because sometimes, like an Indian wedding, can go on for 5 to 7 days of celebration, and the bride tends to change their outfit, not just from each day, but sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, and the headdresses, they'll work perfectly for those. We've got to get the price on screen. These are flying out the door. A truly wintry offering here of your faceted clear quartz, but again, because of that neutrality, they're going to work with any other gemstone, and at $7.95 they're going to work for most jewellery makers' budgets as well, and add it to your order price. So if you want to take advantage of that, you need to be on the phone lines, of course, or if you're placing your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. I really don't see any value in placing an item in your basket and leaving it there, because you run the risk of missing out, and these are the kind of items you don't want to miss out on. I know if you're caught in 2 minds it might be an idea, but you got to get these home. So check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. We are definitely having a lot of fun tonight, because once again, the star buys crept up on me. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and it's another wholesale bundle. So we tried to get the price point as low as possible by bundling together a collection of gemstones and minerals, and therefore creating a wholesale deal that allows you to expand your collection of gemstones, but hopefully there's a little bit of cohesion within the items that we put together as well. Now this is antique chic, and I have to agree, because the combination of colours is spectacular. Have a look at this. It depends what route you want to take your design down here. So there is a huge amount of versatility, huge amount of different creative options, partly from the range of colour tones that you're going to receive, but also from the variation, the graduation in the sizes and shapes of the gemstones themselves. So again, this could be a must-have for most jewellery makers. 2mm rounds of your clear quartz. We know those are going to be popular because 2mm rounds are the ultimate size for an accent, I would have thought, because you know they're going to fit alongside more of the traditionally sized gemstones, your 6, your 8, your 10mm rounds. But also, again, you've got that neutrality, so you know it's going to go with any other gemstone. Now, this is a bit of a theory that Luscious Linda, our resident designer, introduced me to, but I've been good friends with Linda for a lot of years. I'm not being over familiar there. She told me that was her nickname when she was a younger woman. She's still a young, beautiful woman, of course. She's been running a workshop today, so I've seen her, so I know she won't be angry with me for saying that, but I always call her that. So anyway, she was saying that really the only faux pearl she'd ever include in her design is the shell pearl. Because it's still a natural mineral, it's still created by Mother Nature. The nacre on the shell gives you a very similar effect to pearl essence, not quite identical, but very similar. And of course you get the uniformity from your shell pearl because it's a reconstituted mineral that we then form perfect rounds from. So she was advocating the use of the shell pearl if you need that uniformity. So if you're not going for a natural mineral, if you don't want a cultured pearl, for example, because you need something uniformed, shell pearl's the way to go rather than the plastics or the synthetics, and we've already talked about the drawbacks of using those actually. These are gorgeous. I've never seen this colour tone actually in the shell pearl previously.
Have you not?
No.
They are really
copper, isn't it?
Warm. They're like the embers of a warming fire. They're just
absolutely
beautiful.
Actually, for me, I'm looking at it, I'm seeing almost those toffee colours that you were talking about earlier. That's what I can see when I look at it. But everybody's interpretation is going to be slightly different. That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones, because different people are going to have different imagery, different emotions attached to these gemstones. And then have a look at this. So from one extreme to the other. So you've got the perfectly uniformed pearls from the shell variety, and then have a look at these hot pink, beautifully sort of almost fashioned into that shape. So these again are shell pearls, but rather than using them for uniformity, use them to create texture. Almost, I'm thinking like almost volume in your designs. They almost give. They
do. They've got a real sort of organic feel to them, and they do add a lot of texture and lift and light into a piece of jewellery.
Do you know what they remind me of? Almost like the calla lilies. But you know,
they'd be really nice organic. If you wanted to wire them into flowers, into petal shapes. I think they would make really beautiful.
I'm just trying to catch this shape. If you have a look at this shape here, I mean that almost resembles one of the calla lilies, doesn't it? Yeah. So as I say, again, shell pearl, but this time, instead of offering you the uniformity, giving you that gorgeous texture to your design. And if it is uniformity you're after, there is another strand of perfect rounds in this as well. And these are your feminine pinks, the very soft, subtle tones from your 4mm rounds. Sorry, 4mm rounds of your pink quartzite there, giving you 40 carats in total. So really nice combination of colour tones here, because they graduate in size and they also graduate with intensity of colour, so you can't go wrong with this. I've seen the design that you've matched these hot pinks up with.
Yeah, I've
really
used this bundle
tones.
with all of these 3 designs, and I've matched them with those garnet from the very start of the show.
Fantastic.
And the gemstones all mix and match beautifully together.
Do you find quite inspirational, really, then? 'Cause
yeah, I've used the 4mm ones with the garnet, and I've just created a design that almost spirals around the garnet. So
I like
that's just beautiful. And then I've used the smaller seed beads to create the little fan shape Art Deco effect at the bottom of that neckline of the other piece. Just to create those little 2mm seed beads. They're beautiful to work with.
I love
too.
that combination there,
Yeah.
because draws some of the rich colours out of the garnet as well.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to buy these 4 strands individually, it costs you £14.80. That's already pretty incredible value for 4 strands of genuine gemstones, but we're not staying there. We're going to take them down to a wholesale price point. So yeah, as I say, should be £14.80. We'll just click our little repair button, take it down to £10.95 this evening for 4 individual strands. But I have to say, with these 2 larger cuts of the shell pearl, that's going to go an awfully long way, isn't it, Sarah?
It is. I mean, I have done all the neckline with the pink ones, and I've got loads left in my tray, so they just go a really long way. And they've just got such impact and such beautiful organic feel to them that I really, and I love the fact that they're really bright as well, because they really just draw me to them. I love that punch of colour.
Yeah, you can either use them in sort of quite high-end designs, I suppose, or you can use them in very contemporary designs as well, so versatility is the key.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you wanted to use those and have a whole strand of those, the sort of fuchsia pink, shocking pink, with just one of those quartz droplets that we had earlier, how amazing.
That would look gorgeous, yeah.
Really pretty.
Sometimes less is more as well, isn't it?
Definitely.
So you can be quite...
Sometimes if you try and throw too much at a design, you actually lose the gemstones in the design.
Absolutely.
Rather than the gemstones actually being the design.
Yeah, you want them to be the standout part, don't you? Yeah. There you go, 4 strands for £10.95. It's another star buy, wholesale opportunity, and a great way for you to increase your gemstone stash, but also maximise on your 1 P&P per day. We're going to move on. Don't forget, coming up at the end of the show, or in the final hour of the show, as our superstar buy, these beautiful red agates. Just looking at some of those colour tones together there, the hot pinks and the subtle tones, just thinking about how well those would work together.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Oh, there you go. So producer Helena's in agreement with that one. She likes that combination. Good work. Okay, so that's coming up in the final hour of the show. You don't want to miss out on that one, because I know it's going to be popular. We're now going to move on to well, everybody's favourite, really. Beautiful Labradorite. And this has certainly captured people's imaginations over the last few years here at JewelleryMaker. And I suppose it's one of the gemstones that's really turned people on to the idea of creating bespoke jewellery design using genuine gemstones, because, you know, you couldn't recreate that optical phenomenon with a bit of glass, well, unless you're going to put an LED inside, but you'd be hard pushed to recreate it with your synthetics. And these are rather gorgeous, because we do see quite a lot of Labradorite here at JewelleryMaker. We're quite successful in sourcing that gemstone, but tends to be more of the elongated drops or the irregular cuts. These are, they do graduate in size from 7mm to 10mm, but it seems quite uniformed on the strand, and they're a bit broader. So they have that, they have less elongation to them. They'd be perfect as droplet style earrings, wouldn't they?
I'm just thinking I want to wire wrap those, so I've got the front of that table facing outwards and have them as studs.
Nice, I like that idea.
Because some people don't like a drop earring at all. They don't like anything like that. They just want an absolute stud earring.
Right.
And I think because you've got that great table on those, on the top of them, they're going to make the most amazing stud earrings, or the very traditional shaped ring.
Yes,
but
so it's going to sit proud. You can do that with like wire work macrame, or just normal wire work, I suppose.
And I would be tempted to have 3 of those next to each other and go for the very classic trilogy.
The classic trilogy, I like that. And then, of course, you'll be able to experience the labradorescence from different gemstones depending on what angle.
It's going to be like fireworks on your finger. It's
like
going to be amazing.
I like the way you're thinking there. And actually, you're quite right, because ever since I turned these on their side to experience how they would look on the base, actually getting a huge amount of labradorescence coming through from the base of the gemstone itself. So make fantastic stud earrings, actually, as you rightly said. So those are gorgeous. And the other opportunity, I suppose, that you have with Labradorite is that you can actually sort of colour match to the optical effect rather than the base colour of the gemstone. So you can match this one up with more of your greens and your golds. You might want to match some of these gemstones up with more of the sort of the blue tones, the sky blues. If you got hold of the Apricot, for example, they would work brilliantly with this strand of Labradorite. I've actually created a bit of a queue on the phone line this evening because so many people love to work with Labradorite, and the optical effect is what I think really offers you that enigmatic quality, which is why we want to work with the real deal, Mother Nature's creations, as opposed to the synthetics. Of course, Labradorite voted as our favourite gemstone for the last 2 years during our award ceremony. We'll find out if it can retain its title in a couple of months' time. Of course, I've got people multi-buying this strand, so once again, if you do want to add it to your order, you need to come through. This has been available on our website for $9.95, but this evening we're going to honour the original launch price of $7.95. So it's only previously featured on screen once before this evening, and we're able to honour that original launch price of $7.95. So if you wait 60 minutes and you're umming and ahhing, this is going to return to our website at $9.95, is that correct? Yes, there you go. So this is definitely the best opportunity to get involved. Not only are we approaching a little bit more limited stock on this strand, but also you're making a saving if you're investing in this deal right now. I have to say, the Labradorescence is exceptional. I've actually seen, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something I wouldn't normally say on the show, but I'm pretty sure I've had strands of Labradorite that have been much more considered price points, which haven't necessarily offered us the same Labradorescence as this strand is.
I think because it's just getting
the
absolute best quality out of the gemstone, because they are just on fire. They are just so electric, the blues that are coming through from them. And I just think if you manage to get those teal blue pearls earlier, they would just be a match made in heaven, because that's just going to really match the optical effect that's coming through.
Absolutely, there you go. You can see that beautiful optical phenomenon right there. I've got buyers coming through from across the globe, in fact, at that reduced price. We're going to move on. Oh, fantastic. So we're going to continue with the theme of Labradorite. I should just say I'm going to have to go a little bit quicker because we've got so many treats to bring you. There's no tricks here at JewelleryMaker, so we're going to up the pace a little bit and bring you as many deals as we can. You know, if you're a regular viewer, that it's our job to bring you and add it to your order price so that you can benefit from that 1p per day. Look at this. This is fantastic. So this is brilliant for unisex designs, maybe more of the sort of theatrical evening wear perhaps, because you've got this gorgeous shell, and these are flat shell coins. They're 12mm in size. Hopefully that nacre is bringing out that, well, it's almost a pearlescence, isn't it? Kind of what you see on Power Shell, for example. That kind of effect, that sort of oil on water effect. There you go, I think I'm getting it now. The lime greens and the magenta tones. I mean, again, solitaire rings for some of those more affordable craft fair stores, like your school fates, things like that. I mean, you could probably do that at pocket money prices if it's just base metal as the wire. You could probably do it for like £2.50 a ring or what have you, couldn't you?
It's the sort of strand you could sit and get your designs and sit there for an evening, make them in lots of different sizes, maybe make adjustable sized rings.
Good thinking.
So maybe make them in adjustable design, so then you can size them on the day with your ring mandrel for the customer.
Or even memory wire, I suppose. You could use.
Yeah, you could indeed.
Good.
You know, and I would be using these also to make some cufflinks. So I've got, when a gentleman, you know, when a lady
go with this actually.
brings
All of
a
these
gentleman
colours
to the stall, we've got something to offer him as well.
Yes.
Which is great. If you've got something to offer everybody who can come to your stall, an item, whether it be a child, whether it be the husband that's been sort of coerced to come and have a look.
Well, absolutely. I've seen a lot of, when I've been to craft fairs, I've seen a lot of people sort of saying, oh, can I have it? Can I have it? Somebody say, you could even say, oh, if you buy it for her, I'll chuck the cufflinks in for you for free. You know, just anything to sort of clinch the deal. Why not?
Why not, indeed. Or, you know, if you want to make, if you've got some of the hair grips, the longer ones, you can make tie pins out of them.
Ah,
so you can make like a tie clip out of them. But you can make out of wire just a little simple tie pin as well that will go behind the tie and go through.
All of these items as well, they're sort of coming back into fashion now, aren't they?
Yes.
The sort of bespoke cufflinks and tie clips, items like that
Yes,
are
very
becoming
much so.
much more on trend
Yes.
all of a sudden, aren't they? And have a look at this. So that's your black shell there, but it does have that abalone shell type quality to it. And then have a look at these, your 2mm rounds of Labradorite. So we're saying before about being able to offer you a range of Labradorite because we've always been successful in sourcing it. So here we've got the very delicate 2mm round. It's going to be very difficult for me to show you the Labrador essence, but it's definitely there. I can see the blues and the greens coming through. Actually, this has more of a sort of golden tone to it, actually. I don't know if I will be able to show. I mean, it's definitely there. There we go. I think we've got it just on the on the top of that Labradorite there. So you can see that you're able to offer people that optical effect, but in a bit more of a subtle way. Okay, we've got the faceted black agate here as well. Banded agate as well, so kind of a monochrome effect from your black stripe agate. Those are 4mm faceted rounds. We've got your Labradorite nuggets. Absolutely incredible because, again, larger surface area, offering you that optical phenomenon, that Labrador essence coming through in abundance there. I can see it once again on every single gemstone. Oh, I like that one. A little bit more depth, so you're getting it on the outer edge of the gemstone. This could be a consideration of how you set it into your design as well, where that Labrador essence is really emanating from. And then, just to bring it all together, the perfect transition strand, plain rounds of black agate again. So there you go, plain rounds, very, very easy to work with, always going to create that slightly coherent finish to your design. 6mm polished rounds of black agate there as well. Love the combinations of colours, the charcoal greys, the golden tones, and the jet blacks as well. And actually, you make a great point because producer Helen is just saying it go fantastically well with tonight's superstar buy, because injecting a little bit of a colour bang into your monochrome looks can be very, very effective. And these hot pinks, where you don't have to use the hot pinks, you've got a real graduation of colours on this strand. This is coming up in the final hour of the show, so you're not going to want to miss out on that one because I only have a limited availability, and I know that these faceted agate slabs fly out the door. We launched one earlier in the week, didn't we, that sold out in minutes. Yeah, so get on the phone lines early for that one. Now we are gonna, if you're right, actually made the graphics crash. That's how many people are coming through on the phone lines. If you were to buy these 5 strands individually, bearing in mind you've got polished and faceted genuine gemstones here, it'd be just $16.95. Already incredible value. What we're talking about there, less than £4 per strand, but we're about to take this down to Bargain Town. $12.95 for 5 strands, so that's less than £3 per strand now. We're going above and beyond tonight. That's what we're all about, bringing you all of these ghoulish deals in one evening. By 9 PM, we are determined to have found and add it to your order item for every single jewellery maker out there. So if you've got that order up and running, if you paid your $2.95, take advantage of the clearance prices here on The Late Show. And of course, Black Magic, 5-strand bundle featuring Labradorite, black agate, black striped agate, and that beautiful black shell pearl, all available for $12.95, only for 60 minutes. So take advantage while you can. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. We're going to fit in a couple more deals before we go to our next break and have a look at this. Another very eclectic gemstone, very, very popular with our expert designers, but also jewellery makers at home. I speak to a lot of jewellery designers because we get people who attend our workshops every single day, and so I get to speak to a lot of jewellery designers, and it's unanimous. Everybody loves Smokey Quartz. I think it's the ultimate accent, really, isn't it? Because it's slightly toned down from the jet black shades. We heard Mark earlier in the week telling us how much he loved Smokey Quartz. And not only do you get this beautiful chocolate brown tone as your base colour, but I'm just going to hold this out and get a little bit of light passing to it, because then you'll be able to appreciate that slightly golden hue coming through from this particular variety of smoky quartz. Might be the saturation of the gemstone, might be a combination of the colour tone combined with the way it's been faceted again, because you've got this almost irregular form of faceting on the surface of the gemstone, which is just helping it to really come to life. It's almost sparkling, and it's because that slightly lighter tone. It will work in those monochrome designs, but again, it will work with virtually any other gemstone. And so I know that a lot of people use smoky quartz in place of the jet black gemstones, but maybe you just love smoky quartz. Maybe you're a patriot north of the border. For example, this is actually the national gemstone of Scotland. I haven't mentioned that for a few months, to be fair. Did you not know that? And you're half Scottish, Helena. Well, Ali and myself have very rarely mentioned smoky quartz. I'd say, like, I've been presenting, obviously we know it's the Designer Inspirations birthday tomorrow from 1 PM. I was going to say that was the day when I officially became a presenter. I've done quite a few shows leading up to that, so officially I've been a presenter. Now I think last year in November and December it probably got mentioned on every single show, but we've calmed it down now. But it is the National Gemstone of Scotland, so why not celebrate that if that's something that interests you. 45 carats in total. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. What are you doing in there? $8.95 for smoky quartz of this quality that's been faceted in this particular fashion that I think really gives you an individual finish to each individual gemstone. I love it. I know what I'm gonna hear here. During the war, as I say this, but I remember a time when I was a sales manager of the channel where none of the Gems of Distinction range were able to go under $9.95. That was as low as I could get the price points. Not through choice. I want to give everybody the best possible value available, but this just goes to highlight the increase in our buying power over the last couple of years. To take smoky quartz of this quality, just $8.95, hugely impressive. I'll leave that on with you and move along. Oh, and I'll tell you another thing. When I did start presenting, there was no obsidian in stock where I could show you the optical effect. It was just too difficult in the studio lights. It tended to have very deep jet black tone. It was just really difficult to get this across. But the quality of the obsidian that we're getting in stock at the moment is out of this world. Look at that. Can you see that? You won't be able to see that on the surface of every gemstone. So there you go. Look, this is the, if I just shield it away from the, you can see it's like a jet black tone. And then as I move it in the light, you'll be able to see. There you go, this optical effect. There you go, so jet black, and then you see that little metallic shimmer. This is actually sort of fossilized ash from a volcanic eruption. That's why you get these inclusions inside the gemstone. So obsidian is like the fossilized lava, and then while the lava, because lava tends to cool quite slowly, it's coming from the core of the Earth's crust, hot magma. And then, of course, as it cools, the ash, you get this sort of ash rain cloud, basically, of ash coming down, and it settles in the lava, frozen in time, effectively, within your obsidian. So that's quite a romantic kind of ideal attached to the gemstone, isn't it, that narrative? And we've tried to emulate that romance in the cut of the gemstone, because these are 14mm hearts. So again, these could help to sort of guide you through the creative process, couldn't they, Sarah? You could just keep it simple, make, again, earring designs or charms or even cufflinks.
These hearts just waterfalling down the neckline with lots of chain, so you get lots of movement, but the eye's drawn to
sort of waterfall cascade of chain, and then the little hearts on the end. It always works. And of course, here you've got quite a subtle optical effect, so you can play on it within the design, can't you?
But if you want to go down a steampunk sort of way, if you want to use the locks and the keys, what about the key to your heart? You know, having hearts with a key, just a really nice sentimental piece of jewellery.
Fantastic. Or what am I talking about? Solitaire rings, like we said.
Yes.
Heart-shaped solitaire rings, you can't go wrong. And, good point, I've actually heard the suggestion before, so that's a great way of thinking about it. If you take two of the hearts and you actually sort of wire wrap them, or however you put them together, you can create little bows, can't you?
You can. They make beautiful flowers.
You can. Clearly I'm having trouble with it. Yeah, it definitely works. Actually, how about on a hair cone?
Yeah.
A little bow on a hair cone.
So they make beautiful flowers as well.
Of course,
So they just make
petals,
petals.
yeah.
Yep.
There you go. As ever, there are a multitude of ways that you're going to want to set these into your designs, but what are you going to do with your 14mm obsidian hearts? I know that you're already on the phone lines at $6.95. The add it to your order price this evening for over 200 carats of black obsidian cut into these gorgeous heart shapes, polished to perfection to bring out that gorgeous optical effect. So if you do want to get hold of those, you know what to do. You can get involved in all the usual ways, but you need to act right now because limited availability and an add it to your order price point. So don't miss out. We are going to move on because once again, it's time for a star buy, I believe. Gary, that gremlin, did you see him jumping around on the vision mixing desk there? Wasn't he, Gary the gremlin? Our apologies. Don't panic because we're about to bring you a Spooktacular 9-strand bundle. And as I say, Gary has interfered there. But don't panic, we are about to give you the best value of the evening for genuine gemstones. I'm going to take you through these individually, but as ever, whenever we put together a very large collection of gemstones and a real wholesale opportunity, they tend to fly out the door very quickly. I know for a fact we only have a limited number available on this bundle, so first come, first serve as always, but if you're not coming through quickly, expect to miss out. So basically, don't come complaining to me if you're not on the phone lines immediately for this one. Have a look. We've got your 2mm rounds, polished rounds I should say, of serpentine. Now this is a really popular gemstone. We actually launched a brand new strand the other night, although it didn't last very long, did it? I think it was a sell-out deal, that serpentine we had the other evening. Real soft pastel greens that you get from this gemstone. Again, they almost have a slight golden hue coming through, so you get that zesty quality, but very pastel tones as well. Love the combination of greens and your amethyst purples, and that's what you've got here, this intense regal tone from your little magnesite wheels. They're 6x3mm in total. Absolutely exquisite. I mean, as an accent to an amethyst, they would be perfect, wouldn't they? So I'll go for these. Look at this. This is taking my fancy. Gorgeous smoky quartz. Irregular nuggets here. They are top drilled, so they're drop style nuggets, so they work in the same way, but I do think that the texture and the drama that you get from the shapes on here would probably lend themselves to quite, you know, high-end piece of jewellery, almost boutique style jewellery. 150 carats there. It's actually a 40cm strand, so again, huge number of gemstones there. And it almost looks like these have received some sort of coating because they're giving us this waxy finish to them, almost a luster-like finish on the smoky quartz itself. Again, very, very versatile. We've got some shell here for you, so if you do want to create more affordable designs, actually, in bracelet designs, these work perfectly, don't they? The rectangular shapes.
When they're made into bracelets.
They're 20x15mm in size, so you could probably afford to be a bit more sparing with how many you use in the design as well.
Yeah, definitely. And if you want to do some of your braided techniques around them and over them even, they just look beautiful.
Just noticed that we've got the hot pink variety as well, so as a combination, that's pretty impressive. I think they actually work together. You know, people always say about using the powder blue or the baby pink, but actually together they look rather fantastic, don't they?
They do. I just love that colour combination of the hot pink and the sort of the bright blue, turquoisey blue together. I think it's just a really fun, but it's vibrant. It's still quite sophisticated from the colour blocking sort of
yes,
styles.
Absolutely.
So I just love that.
Again, because it's a natural mineral, you do get that play of light, that natural play of light on the surface as well. And here we've got the 12mm coins in the hot pink shell as well. So if you did want to create those sort of solitaire ring designs, but you wanted to keep them affordable, those would work in those kind of looks. Now I've also got 6mm rounds of your shell pearl. Now this is much more of a sort of gemstone colour, if you like, more of a morganite tone or a kunzite tone. And actually it worked brilliantly alongside rose quartz, for example, or the Superstar Buy. That'd be a nice combination, I reckon. That's coming up in the final hour of the show, don't forget. I should just warn you all, about a quarter of the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even shown you our Star Buy price yet, so if you do want to get involved with this, start dialing now or expect to miss out. Sorry, I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, but I just know that if you wait around on this particular deal, you're probably going to miss out. This is a wholesale deal. Great way to just expand your collection of gemstones instantly. And we've also got, again, a very organic strand of carnelian here. Irregular cuts and sizes ranging from 5x4 to 14x6. They would work in your traditional designs, so maybe your floral motifs or your droplet style earrings, but you're not limited to those designs because of that irregularity, so you can rely on that texture to almost guide you through the creative process. And again, I have to say that the pastel greens and the tangerines go well together in my mind, and it rhymes, which I didn't realise before. And have a look at this, another 40cm strand. It must be the same size as the Smokey Quartz. Yeah, definitely. So you got a 40cm strand of iolite here. So you got those violet tones again. Oh, that might go well with the amethyst magnesite, if you like. Look at that for a combination, because you've got those violet tones, those rich blue colours in your iolite as well. 160 carats. Again, irregularity in the size and shape, ranging from 7x6 to 17x9. So a 9-strand super saver, a spooktacular for us this evening. And as I say, if you want to get involved, you need to be dialing now. Half the stock's already been allocated, and we haven't even shown you our Star Buy price yet. Currently available, if you were to buy them all individually, for £27.55. Already hugely impressive. Under £30 for 9 strands. But we're not staying there tonight. We're going to get this under £20 for 9 strands of genuine gemstones, including 40cm strand of Smokey Quartz and iolite there for £17.95.
That's an amazing price. Absolutely.
That's amazing. That's less than £2 per strand. Less than £2 a strand. And I'll tell you what, if somebody said to me, you can have a 40cm strand of Smokey Quartz and a 40cm strand of iolite from the Gems of Distinction range for £17.95, I'll probably snap their hand off.
Yeah.
But to get another 7 strands on top of that for less than £20, that is hugely impressive, isn't it?
It is.
Where would you get this value elsewhere? It wouldn't happen. Did I get high-pitched again there in my shot? Sorry.
I was speaking to the ladies in the workshop today, and they said, you know, they all come to JewelleryMaker because they know they're getting such great value for money.
Absolutely.
And
you can understand why.
Yeah, and that was the sentiment of everybody in that room,
Really?
was that they were getting great value for money and not just having to buy, you know, glass and synthetic.
Yeah.
They're getting genuine gemstones at a really great price as well.
Absolutely, because I think some people have had negative experiences in the past where they have tried to make that step up from working with synthetics to try and source genuine gemstones, and before JewelleryMaker existed, you were pretty much at the mercy of the supplier. Whatever they wanted to charge, you'd have to pay. But £17.95 for 9 strands, as I say, well, effectively £2 per strand. I mean, who wouldn't pay £2 for that strand of Smokey Quartz? Again, it's like a skipping rope. 40 centimetres, there's so many gemstones on the strands. I mean, all 3 of those for £17.95 would be impressive. But then we've got the shell, 2 strands of hot pink shell, strand of your beautiful sky blue shell there, your pink shell rounds, your purple magnesite, your 2mm rounds of serpentine. I can barely get it all on the back of my hand, and it's all available right now for less than £20, but only for the next few people that come through on the phone lines, because it is proving to be very, very popular. Anytime we're offering you that kind of value for such a huge wholesale collection of gemstones, you know you've come to the right place. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, more clearance deals and maybe even a premiere launch or two, so stay where you are.
As peace of mind for your Christmas shopping, any purchase you make from now until Christmas can be returned to us until the 31st of January 2015.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I like the Viking knit because for me it gives that finished look to your pieces. You can use just the knit on its own and create a statement piece, add one stone and your look just completely changes. It's such an easy technique to do, and again you can just do so much with it. You flatten it, you can make rings with it, you can drop stitches, add stitches. It's just got so much scope, and again having a Lazy Daisy tool to create the knit makes it so much easier. You can do it, you know, you can carry the tool wherever you go, and it's just a really, really lovely technique to learn.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Happy Halloween, I suppose. We are going to move on now and offer you a very, very, I would say, one of the most exquisite strands of spinel we've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. It is out of this world. When I first saw it, I thought it was a ruby, and so all is forgiven whoever put that spinel in the centre of the crown jewels, because I thought this was ruby. We talked about this quite a few times on the show, but again, if you're new to us, you might not be aware of this. Red spinel is known, well, all spinel is known as the master of disguise, because some very high profile misclassifications have taken place. Probably the most famous of those is the ruby in the centre of the Imperial Collection, the crown jewels here in the UK, and for quite some time they thought this was a ruby, and then they discovered it was actually a red spinel. Now, there's a couple of reasons why this occurs, one of which is the fact that it has a very similar colour tone, same saturation of colour. That's the key, not just the same colour tone. It tends to actually form in the same way. And in rubies, the reason it goes red is because of the inclusion of chromium. I'm not sure if it's the exact same element that makes spinel go red, but it certainly has the same saturation of colour, so those sort of silk-like inclusions that provide you with that colour tone. So that's why it has been mistaken for ruby. The other reason is that red spinel tends to form in the same regions that we actually traditionally mine for rubies. So you find a lot of red spinel in Burma, for example, where traditionally there are a lot of ruby mines. And so you can understand how it's taken place, especially when you look at this strand. It's just like an exquisite strand of rubies. Now, I actually think it's quite interesting when you get a gemstone that has this sort of historical narrative attached to it. It almost makes it prestigious by default, if you like, because whether you like it or not, that gemstone in the centre of the crown jewels is a huge red spinel. It's not a ruby, it's a spinel. And so people are aware of it for that reason. I think one of the other considerations for a gemstone like spinel is not just that colour saturation or the density of the gemstone that allows it to be faceted in this way, so it does resemble ruby, but also its crystal structure. So when it actually forms, it has an isometric crystal structure exactly the same as we see in diamonds, and therefore you get a single refractive index. So that means when the light enters this gemstone, it's only going to move through the gemstone in one direction, one speed, and so you can appreciate the gorgeous colour tone, you can appreciate the clarity, and when you do facet it, you get the same kind of light displacement that you would find on a diamond. So it sparkles in the same way as a ruby or a diamond. You can see that there, even in our studio lights. That is sparkling beautifully. Very, very high-end gemstone. And of course, people in the industry, and I'm thinking about more traditional jewellery designers, you know, the big established design houses, they love this kind of narrative attached to a gemstone. They really play on it, of course they do. And they use that narrative not just to help them to market the gemstone, which is a key consideration, but also within their designs. So they play on this design, they will make a feature of the fact that they're using red spinel rather than rubies. And that in itself will add gravitas. If you think about the kind of people that are actually purchasing those kind of designs, we're talking about, you know, members of the, I don't know, the Saudi Arabian royal family who ask a designer to shut down the shop at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon so they can go and talk through their design. These are the kind of clientele that will appreciate the inherent value of a red spinel. And of course, because we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, because we have that same passion for gemstones and gemology and the way that Mother Nature puts these creations together, we want to give you that same opportunity, and you can now invest in gorgeous red spinel. 10 carats on this particular strand. Very, very delicate cuts. They range from 1 by 1 millimetre to 3 by 1 millimetre. So generally I think these are going to be used as accent stones, and I think that's probably quite appropriate, because when you do think about the level of prestige attached to this, you don't want to be throwing all of your carat weight into one design. You could, and if you were putting together something very special for a loved one, or of course if you do have those high-end personal commissions coming through where people do want to know that you can source the real deal, this could be something maybe you could impart this knowledge into your client, and they're going to fall in love with it instantly, aren't they? Normally this particular strand is available for $17.95. I don't think we should price slash this if it's already that low. She says she doesn't care what I think, she'll do what she wants. A law unto herself. She's taking it down to $14.95, so taking the cost of your P&P off the price of the strand. So that gives you the opportunity to get this home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. Honestly, for me, sometimes when I look at red spinel, it does almost make me feel that this gemstone offers a little more than a ruby in many occasions, because you do get a lot of colour inconsistency in rubies. Now, we know that rubies are highly revered, and I know that there are some people out there, particularly, of course, July babies, who wouldn't want a red spinel. They want their birthstone. Or, of course, if you're selling to a certain customer base and they're not going to know about spinel, I know that that is a consideration for a lot of jewellery makers, and so you might prefer to rely on rubies. But if you do have a customer base that are a little bit more, you know, accepting of some of the alternative gemstones, this could be a real winner. $14.95, that's an unbelievable price for a gemstone of this prestige. I've got to move on because it's flying out the door. Congratulations if you've got hold of it. Did you say 4? Moving on to pearls. Now, wow. Again, a luxury size for your pearls. Hold on. These are potato pearls. They are as well. They almost look like perfect rounds. There's very, very few inclusions on the surface of the pearls themselves. Now, often with the pearls, the potato pearls, you get the little rings. Now, this doesn't put me off pearls in any way. It shows that they are the real deal. You can see, actually, the little rings that you get on a pearl, that actually shows the way that it's been formed. That shows the way that the mollusk has spun the silks inside. It's a form of protection for the mollusk itself. So when they get a little impurity inside their shell, they spin the silks to try and protect themselves from the impurity, and they actually form a little pearl. Now, I think that often that will add to your designs because it gives them that organic quality, but on this particular strand, you've got this beautiful smooth finish. There are slight irregularities and inclusions. I'm not saying that they're absolutely perfect, but also look at the shape of them. Now, we like to be as conservative as possible so we know everybody is confident with what they're getting, and there is a very, very slight elongation to some of these pearls, and that's why they've been classified as 10 by 9 millimeters, but there are just as many pearls on the strand where you can't see that elongation at all. They look like perfect rounds. There you go. Helena's looking from a bit of a distance. She's saying, "Oh, I thought they were perfect rounds." So I can understand that. Now again, I don't agree with the colour classification. Light grey, they're silver pearls. Who ever described a pearl as light grey? Anyway, that's before you see the colour tone. They are definitely a silver. They're an icy silver tone, in fact. So you can see them. Director Bruce is beside himself with this colour classification.
That's disgusting. It's definitely silver.
It's definitely silver. We're not just saying this because we don't like the name. They're not light grey, apart from anything else. They are actually silver. So just want to make sure everybody gets an idea of what they're getting hold of here.
See, they're definitely.
Okay, good idea. There you go. Sarah's come up with a great way. She's handed me a piece of silver. So you can see.
Definitely silver.
Definitely silver. I like it, Sarah. Fantastic.
Even Pete.
Participation Pete's getting involved. What colour are these, Pete? You've been out of the room.
What are you told?
They're silver. Pete's in agreement. All of Pete's fan club are already on the phone lines now that he's got involved. Some of the highest quality potato pearls I've ever brought you here on the show. Luxury size. Producer Helena really doesn't give two hoots what I think about anything, does she? She is a law unto herself. She's taken these down to a clearance price also. Get involved right now. $14.95. I'm thinking about the turquoise pearls from earlier, combined with these. We'll try and get hold of them in case you did invest in that strand earlier. You'll see how well they work together, actually. I mean, that's just two perfect pearl designs, isn't it? Just alternating the silvers and the turquoise. I mean, they're best mates anyway, those colour tones.
Very, very easy to work with. Or if you want to use, even if you've got the shell pearl bundle with the gold,
Yes,
those golden,
the copper
coppery
or
coloured ones.
toffee kind of tone.
Yeah,
Yes,
those and the silver pearls together, I think, are
it's
very.
almost like a rose gold tone that you get from the pearls. Yeah, they work brilliantly.
I think you're just going to get all that sort of metallic played if you wanted to use some wire then and really go to town and maybe do a wire work macrame piece with maybe the herringbone stitch. And really mix silver and gold or silver and the rose gold plated wires together. It would look amazing.
Absolutely. I was just thinking about what I touched upon earlier as well, and I was saying that the turquoise or the teals are popular with mother of the brides this time of year. Silver pearls?
Definitely for winter weddings as well. Yeah, lovely.
So, the reason that we often discuss pearls as part of our sort of genre of bridal jewellery is that pearls do have strong associations with weddings. They're thought to stop the bride from crying on the big day, or the wearer, it actually is what it says if you read the folklore. I'm not saying that it's necessarily true, but that's the folklore attached to it, and I know that that is a consideration for some people, certainly why pearls have that strong affiliation with bridal wear and weddings, of course. $14.95, that is a clearance price, but only for the next 60 minutes and only while stocks last, I should say. Moving on. Another high-end offering, this time a double deal from our Gems of Distinction range. So this isn't a traditional bundle, this hasn't been put together by a producer or manager. This has been sourced and created in this unique way. Probably two of our most popular gemstones, and I think we all know the reason why now. Because of the optical effect. It gives your jewellery design a whole different dynamic when you've got that phenomenon attached to the piece itself, or through a gemstone. And of course, the reason that you get this optical effect in both gemstones, it's the same sort of science involved in both. They actually are sedimentary rocks. They're created from a layer of different elements. So when the light enters the gemstone, it travels at different speeds, it sort of bounces around inside, reflected in a variety of different directions to give you this play of light. In Labradorite, it's known as labradorescence. In Moonstone, it's known as agularescence. And I have to say, more often than not, with Moonstone, you're going to see a blue or a green tone, much like you do in Labradorite. There is a reason for this, there's science behind this as well. You're actually seeing a huge dispersion of light, but your eye won't allow you to see it. Basically, because blue moves quicker than other colours in the spectrum, that's the first one that hits your eye. So that's why you see these blue tones. There is just a dispersion of light within the gemstone, so the whole spectrum's there. But on some of these moonstones, you can actually see that whole spectrum of colour. It's absolutely exquisite. In fact, I'm seeing a lot of violet tones inside the rainbow moonstone. There you go, you can see all of that there, can't you? The blues, the greens, the purples. The faceted face of the gemstone that's facing me, as opposed to the studio lights, I can see orange tones and golden shades as well as the greens and the blues, so it really does resemble a little rainbow inside. It is, after all, rainbow moonstone. That's where it takes its name from. And the labradorescence on this labradorite is, again, exceptional. Partly because of the quality of the gemstone itself, but also the way it's been faceted allows the light to really enter that gemstone and create that beautiful optical effect that catches people's imagination. And I know that Sarah in the past has told me that this is the only gemstone that's really excited her husband, who's obviously surrounded by gemstones all the time with your designing, but it's only when he saw the optical effect in Labradorite that he really took an interest in what you were doing. Was that right?
It's true. I was saying to the ladies in the workshop that it was quite a dull day, but it was light outside, but my dining room where I showed him the gemstone doesn't get direct sunlight. It's always in the shade. And I just held it by the window and I just turned them around and he was just like, wow. And that's the only time he's ever mentioned anything about a gemstone.
There you go. So that, and that might be why it's generally considered to be a bit of a unisex gemstone for a lot of our designers as well. Tend to use a lot of labradorite in the designs for the gents, the more masculine pieces as well. This would be a fantastic combination, wouldn't it? And again, these are huge. Look how many gemstones you've got here. It says 30 centimetres. Can that be right? I'm not going to argue with it. Well, I am actually. Okay, well, a minimum of 30, let's say, because both of these strands are going. It is a regulation size rule. I like that. Yeah, so you can see where the ruler ends, right, and where the fact that the gemstone strands continue. So 30 centimetres is what it says. I'll go along with that. But yes, it's not one of those 27 centimetre rulers. No, definitely not. Okay, so huge array of gemstones, quite delicate sizes again. They range from 2x1 up to 4x2, so could be very effective as accent stones, or of course, if you wanted to create something quite intricate, they would work on those designs as well. Let's get that price on screen because we've already got a lot of interest at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget to check out your baskets because both of these strands are available right now for $19.95. Just to be clear, you don't have to pick one. You get both strands for less than £20. They are part of our Gems of Distinction range. They come in their own little presentation box. Absolutely amazing. Beautifully faceted rondelles. You can see from the recording there just how much they come to life when the light enters the gemstone. $19.95 for 2 strands. That's less than £10 for strands which are 30 centimetres in length. Okay, we're going to move on. Thanks. Okay, moving on. Couldn't resist it. Here we go. Golden druzy or champagne druzy, depending on how you see it. How about combining this with the larger turquoise druzy slabs we had earlier? So have that cabochon in the centre. You could have a few of these accenting it on that choker design we discussed, perhaps. I'm on fire tonight. I can't do any of it, but at least it's nice to come up with some ideas. Here we go. So I love this because it does have that feeling of... Normally when I talk about these kind of tones, the champagne and the golden tones, I think of those opulent designs. Helena's just telling me how much she loves champagne. Me too. Me too. But you know what? This just feels glamorous to me. It doesn't necessarily offer that same opulence. It's more glamorous. Do you think it's because it's sparkling? It's got a certain je ne sais quoi about it. I agree. Absolutely. Again, you could use this to create solitaire ring designs. I mean, and then you only need 2 to create the matching earrings.
These work beautifully. You do the herringbone wire wrapping technique.
Yes.
Works beautifully.
There you go. So that's quite an easy technique to master because if you're going to do macrame and these kind of techniques, you're going to want to master the herringbone anyway.
Wire work herringbone actually is just a wrapping technique. It's actually not even using the macrame knots.
Oh right, okay, cool.
So it's really very simple. Yeah.
I've been corrupted by all of these macrame shows I've been watching. I see. Okay, so it's just a wrapping technique. It's quite easy to master.
It does, and it ends up looking like almost, well, I suppose like herringbones, really, round the gemstone. But it just creates this beautiful cage around the gemstone. Yeah,
it looks really effective. I mean, as I say, I'm not particularly proficient. I'm always happy to have a go, but I'm never happy with my finish. I'm sure there's jewellery makers out there who have the same, you know, reservations as I do about their designs.
You know, you just have to see a piece
practice,
through,
isn't it?
From start to finish.
Yeah.
Don't stop. You've got to see the piece through,
right?
And then you'll be fine.
And then, yeah, by the 3rd or 4th or 5th time, then they're going to start to look much more professional, aren't they? So stick with it, even if you struggle. And don't forget, if you just started, you're going to receive the how-to DVD and booklet. So it's all there for you. We'll take you through all of these basic techniques. We haven't actually seen the price yet. I was tricked by how many people were coming through to add this to their order. It is an add it to your order item at just $14.95. When you think about the amount of profit you can make of this strand, this is one, again, that is going to attract attention to your designs when people see the way this beautiful champagne druzy is sparkling. Absolutely out of this world. Look at that. Gorgeous. Going to give a real lift to some of the more generic designs, I suppose. Absolutely out of this world. Okay, lots of people coming through for that one. Again, check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. It's time now for me to indulge in one of my favourite gemstones as a star buy. Welcome back to the ghoulish late show here on JewelleryMaker. We are, of course, joined by the lovely Sarah Elvin. How are you, Sarah? You all right? What are you working on now?
A pair of earrings.
A little pair of earrings over there. We will show you Sarah's designs throughout the show. Hopefully that will help to inspire the way that you work with these gemstones. And the other thing is, I mean, if you do have any questions or if you're struggling with anything, text them through. The number is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio and we can put them to Sarah straight on air. Now, we're about to bring you another Star Buy deal. Sometimes when we bring you a Star Buy, it'll be a wholesale bundle, like the 9-strander that we brought you about half an hour ago. Sometimes it'll be a premiere launch, like the Superstar Buy, coming up in about an hour's time. Actually, now that we put those together, that works.
That was such a loud
Did you actually hear Helena through the soundproofed wall? Nice.
How excited she was about that combination.
They work together. Yes, they definitely work together. That's good, because I have to say Helena is a very glamorous lady, and so if she's getting excited about these kind of combinations, this could be your potential client base. Oh, come on. She's saying she's not glamorous.
Oh, she is.
She's very glamorous. Now, that might be a consideration. However, I feel like a bit of a dirty dancing moment.
Well, then go for it.
No, I'm just saying, I don't want my Morganite accenting my agate. I don't want to put Morganite in the corner. Nobody puts these baby pinks in the corner, okay? You see where I was going with that one?
You could never do that.
We do have a very special relationship with this gemstone here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. Helena, since you joined us, how many times have you been down to the museum? Once. So you've seen the largest cut Morganite in the world. Were you impressed? Did you want to take it home? Did you half think, how much is this job worth to me? Shall I just smash that and run away with the Morganite? Well, I think that every day. So it's such a gorgeous gemstone. Not just that specific variety, that's the largest sample in the world, but the gemstone itself is just so beautiful, so feminine. I know that people take the mickey out of me for loving girly gemstones, but I just think that if you're investing in a jewellery design, you want it to be luxurious. Traditionally, jewellery is intended for the fairer of our sexes, so for the ladies, of course. And I've never seen a bad design featuring kunzite or morganite. That's why they're my favourites. Honestly, I've never seen a jewellery design that I didn't think was beautiful when it had either of these gemstones in it. They are, again, closely related, aren't they? Kunzite and morganite. Not in their chemical composition necessarily, but through the way they were discovered. So, kunzite was named after the man who discovered it, George Frederick Kunz. And he's a pretty fortunate guy because he then went on another gem finding mission and managed to discover morganite, probably the other feminine gemstone. On this occasion, instead of naming the gemstone after himself or after the location he found it in, he named it after the man who was his benefactor, the man who had actually financed his gemstone expeditions, J.P. Morgan. So a lot of people will understand that name as being associated with the banking group. And so it's pretty impressive, isn't it, if you're able to discover both kunzite and morganite, two very, very feminine gemstones. Now, one of the reasons that I love this particular strand, because it's easy for me to get excited about morganite because it's my favourite gemstone. So it's like asking Sarah, how do you feel about amethyst? She's going to get excited because she loves the gemstone. But for this particular strand, the real draw for me is the cut. Now, they've been described as faceted drops. They're not. They're petal cuts. They just look like little rose petals, don't they? You've got your beautiful rose pinks there. It's very subtle and feminine, almost sort of Parisian pinks, if you like.
You know, this pink's just so gentle and easy, and I think it suits so many complexions beautifully. Whether you happen to be English rose, it adds warmth.
Absolutely.
And if you happen to be darker or an olive like myself, it adds
pastel
sort of
tones.
light and texture. It just lifts underneath the décolletage. It's beautiful.
Now, if you want to get involved with this particular deal, the Morganites themselves range in size from 8mm to 10mm, so very easy to create those 5-petal flowers. Or maybe you have something a little bit more experimental that you want to do using a very prestigious gemstone like Morganite. You get 60 carats on this particular strand. Morganite, of course, does keep good company. It's part of the beryl family, so related to emerald and aquamarine, and so you get those beautiful pastel tones here, currently available for $29.95. So we already have faceted petal cut Morganites for 50p a carat. We're about to take it down to bargain town. 33p per carat now. 33 pence per carat for faceted Morganite. Absolutely out of this world. We've just given you a crisp £10 note back in your pocket, so congratulations to everyone who'd already come through on this one. You've already secured your strand of Morganite. If you're suddenly now reacting to that price reduction, you need to act very, very quickly. We only have a limited number of these available, and of course that price reduction is only going to be available for 60 minutes. So even if you're caught in two minds about the strand itself, trust me, you won't be when you see it in the flesh, especially not at 33 pence per carat for faceted Morganite. I'm going to have to leave that one with you and move on, as we've got so much to bring you. We've got a wholesale deal here, big time, because there's so many in here. They're almost sort of interconnected. You've got a lot of earring findings. You've got the gold coloured tone and the silver coloured tone here. These are just your sort of very simple ear wire shapes, the sort of loops, if you like. I like it. Yeah, I still adhere to that. Helena's taken the mick out of me for saying what you want to do is get your faceted Morganites, slip them onto the ear wire, wear them to your event, take the gemstone off, put the next gemstone on for your next event.
Do you know what those are brilliant for as well?
Hit
if you want to make wine glass charms with them.
Brilliant.
So they just attach around the stem of the wine glass. You put a gemstone on there, or a charm, or it could be a piece of friendly plastic with somebody's name stamped into it, or a piece of polymer clay, and you attach it onto the wine glass stem, and your wine glass never gets lost and nobody can steal your wine.
Yeah, I was just thinking, this happens quite regularly in my household, because what will happen is my younger sisters are quite partial to thinking, Mum's had enough, I'll take her glass of champagne. And they're always arguing about this. And so if you had your own charm on the bottom of your glass, my mum would be like, that's mine, put it back. I like this idea. Yeah. So you get 100 pairs. You get 50 pairs of the silver tone and 50 pairs of the gold tone. Lots of people in my ear saying they're going to buy them now. You've inspired them. They want to make their own glass charms. This is the time to start creating your own designs for Christmas, because of course, come next weekend, it's Christmas craft fair time. You're going to be non-stop
But even
until
if you're
the big
hosting
day.
A large family event, you know, and you want to have those ready to go onto your table, you know, might be making, you know, some of your own decorations for your Christmas table. By having both the gold and silver, it'll match whatever colour tone you're having, whether you're having the traditional red and green and gold, or whether you've gone blue, silver and white, gone down that road, they'll match beautifully.
Absolutely, that's perfect. So as I say, it is a wholesale deal. You get 100 pairs in total, but you get 50 pairs of your silver plated copper and 50 pairs of your gold plated copper. Normally, if you were to buy the 2 packs individually, it costs you $15.90. But because we bundled them together to give you a wholesale opportunity, we can take it down now to a discount price this evening. Best opportunity to increase your stash of earring findings for $10.95. That's for 100 pairs. 10p a pair. Well, 10.9, 11p a pair, let's say. That's more accurate, shall we say. Yeah, so 11p for your earring finders. Don't forget, this is gold plating, so that is 9 carat gold that's used to plate the copper here. Silver plating, 925 sterling silver, so very, very high-end opportunities when you consider that you might be using them to create sort of, you know, everyday items like your glass charms that are only ever going to be used in your house, but you know that you've got silver plating and gold plating on the items. But of course, if you are creating a pair of earrings to actually wear to an event, you can still be confident that you are wearing a precious metal. 100 pairs there, 50 of your gold plated findings and 50 pairs of your silver plated findings, all for a clearance price tonight of £10.95. We're going to move on. Got a lot to fit in, haven't we? What did you say? Sorry, 14, sorry. Ooh. Now, this is quite good because not only do they work perfectly together, but it gives you a little bit of perspective on the size of the superstar buy for later. Because I don't think everybody's going to be able to get hold of these, because if I remember rightly, I launched this strand. I must have brought you one very similar then, if it's not the same one. But, okay, in that case, it's even more applicable because that makes me think that the one I did really did sell out then. So I was going to say, I'm sure I did one of these and it was a sellout. So how can we have some? But apparently we managed to source another strand of your purple crackled agate with your quartz inside, so it's not traditional crackling that we've created, it's the combination of the agate and the quartz forming together to create these slabs. I just wanted to show you the variation in the size. So these are more traditional, they range from 32 by 25 to 34 by 27, and you can see there the superstar buy coming up later tonight, the sort of cherry agate, is a little bit more subtle in size, so it might lend itself to different kind of designs. That's just a little indication of what's coming up later in the show. Have a look at this. Can you see those druzy inclusions inside the agate? Now this is the quartz crystals forming inside the agate. This is how we get druzy. And you do need a very unique set of circumstances in order for this to take place. Druzy crystals are very, very reliant on the host rock, so any damage to the host rock, you're going to lose the druzy crystals. Just have a look at this. They are exceptional. Look at that. This is how it naturally forms. This isn't something we've placed inside the gemstone. And I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'll bring in the agate geode with the druzy crystals so that we can see how it forms naturally. Okay, so stay tuned tomorrow night and I'll show you how that happens. But this occurs naturally. You can see that here from the way the crystals are really, they're attracting your attention to it, but they don't detract from the gorgeous variations that you get on the patterning from the colour tones.
They're just, I love these gemstones because each one you're going to pick up is going to be so individual.
Yes.
Just an absolute work of art.
Yeah.
And, you know, just depending on what you get will influence the way you want to take your design. So they're beautiful. I
totally agree. They are exceptional, and of course,
it's purple.
It's going to be a favourite one with the likes of the amethyst fans out there, like Sarah. I mean, you could easily use this as your centre point, and then maybe amethyst rondelles or even faceted amethyst rounds on the neckline would look nice, I think. Because I'm so drawn to the colour, I'm quite happy to use all gemstones that have that colour tone and mix and match them beautifully together. So whether I'm using faceted rondelles of amethyst, big agate pieces as my focal points, and maybe using some magnesite wheels in between. Yeah, if you got those in the 9-strand super saver, that'll be there for you. I think Sharon's pretty much summed it up. This is one of the most succinct text message we've ever had, but it really does sum it up. Them agates are lush. Is that a good impression of Laura? That's how Laura Binding says it, but I probably just offended loads of people. Them agates are lush. There you are. I have to agree with Sharon, and lots of people do, because they're already on the phone lines, and that's before I let you all into the secret that producer Helena's going to give you a little bit of a price reduction as well. So hopefully you're already on the phone lines. Congratulations if you are, because you are going to be successful, and you're also going to receive this exclusive price reduction. Say again, sorry? They're absolutely gorgeous. You talking about the gemstones or me? The gemstones. Should be $12.95. Do you want to press your little correction button there, Helena? Because it hasn't come up for us, sorry. There you go, $10.95 represents an exclusive reduction only available for 60 minutes or more likely while stocks last, because you know that these slabs are always going to be popular. Is one of the reasons, I mean, they are so interesting and organic and individual, and of course they sparkle, but it's another reason just when you do get a more sizable gemstone, it makes the creative process a bit easier. You've got something to base the design around.
It does. I mean, you've got that great big focal point straight away with this gemstone, and whether you want to take it down, the fact that you might want to make a wirework piece and wirework around the sides, or to highlight those druzy inclusions, or whether you're looking at this as saying, this is going to be the centre point of a bracelet and I'm going to braid through it, because the drill holes through these are very substantial. You can get lots and lots of thread through. If they're the same as the ones I'm using for a kit that I'm working on, you can get 12, is it 12? 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 18 strands, I think it is, of the
18
Eslon.
strands of Eslon cord through the drill holes. There you go. Well, there you go. That's a massive benefit to so many different designers. That's really crucial. 60 minutes to grab these at the price point of $10.95. So, again, don't miss out on that deal. Make sure you're coming through on that free phone number as quickly as possible. We're going to move on because we have another bundle to bring you. So another wholesale opportunity. And I know what this one's called. Is it called it, right? I wanted to ask you, because of the combination of colours, or is it because of the shape of these? Because they actually do look like the Pink Panther's head. Do you know what I mean?
I do, in a very abstract way. I can see it.
Yeah, without the ear. If you put his little ear on there, that'd be Pink Panther. I'm a massive Peter Sellers fan, so don't get me started on Pink Panther, okay? These are your quartzite fancy drilled pairs. What that basically means is that they're through drilled but diagonally, so they sort of tessellate. What we call them here on the Late Show is a cuddled strand. Was it's like the gemstones are having a little cuddle. Oh. You see? But because you've got that larger size, because these are 30 by 22 millimeters, I think you can use these in so many different ways. I mean, petals are the obvious way to use them, aren't they? They're really obvious as petals. But I just think that the fact that they're sort of cross-drilled, and because you've got that larger size and that peachy pink tone, you can use these in quite an experimental way, if you like. You can use these in quite innovative designs because the drill hole lends itself to that, and you've got the larger surface area. You're not restricted in any way, really, are you?
These are brilliant if you want to make a bracelet from them. If you use, and I know that we've had some of the 4mm sort of rose quartz toned beads, if you use a smaller bead in between each one as you're threading them, and you make sure that you thread them so that the cross drill is the same each time you thread them on, you get like an undulation.
You get that little,
and it kind of creates that lift, and it almost looks like feathers or petals running around your wrist.
Fantastic. Well, you can definitely achieve that because you've got the 4mm pink quartzite as part of this bundle. So really similar to the colour tone you get on rose quartz, isn't it? That saturation, gorgeous. And then to give it that lift, another opportunity to own the hot pink shell nuggets. So those range in size from 12 by 9 to 14 by 10. We described them earlier almost as a sort of calla lily shape, but there are irregularities to that as well. So you've got the uniformity from your 4mm polished rounds. Then you've got these gorgeous quartzite pairs, 30 by 22 millimeters, giving you over 500 carats on this strand alone. Pink Panther bundle here. So all the pinks, you've got your hot pink, you've got your rose pink, and then you've got those peachy tones as well, and you've got a variety of different shapes, cuts, and even drill holes, all as one wholesale bundle. We are going to take the price point down to an unbelievable value. Currently available, if you were to buy them all individually, for $15.85, but we're not going to stay there. take them down to a wholesale price point of $11.95 for this particular bundle. Sorry, but Pete, get out here. He's putting me off. Just not in an unprofessional way, but his attire, his costume seems to be changing.
Oh wow, I can't even.
You look like a rock star. You look like a rock star that's going to be found in their hotel room in a compromising situation, actually. What is he like? $11.95 is the wholesale price that we have this evening for the Pink Panther bundle. As I say, not just the graduation of sizes, but also shapes and colour tones on that particular bundle. We've got to move on, I'm afraid. We did say we tried to fit in as many deals as we can. How many of these do we have? I only ask because I know how popular they're going to be. For me, it's going to be a sellout deal. In fact, I think we'll do something. Can I just borrow a pair of snips, please, Sarah? Thank you very much. I'm just going to break this down for everybody and show you how far this will go. Because you've got the multicolour tones here in your crackled quartz, but all the work's been done for you. They've been carved into what I think are intended to be little sunflowers, but I mean, to be honest, it could be any flower, couldn't there? It's just a generic flower carving, really. It could be a little daisy, however you interpret it, I suppose. But look at the colour tones, a rainbow of colour on this particular strand. You can see there the emerald greens, the tangerine tones, the amethyst purples, the citrine or sunflower colours, peridot greens, pomegranate reds, sky blues, baby pinks. It's all there for you. I'm going to show you how effective this strand can be. I think sometimes when we look at the multicolour strands, it can get a little bit lost as to the kind of sets you can create. We're going to snip that there. We're going to colour graduate this for you on screen, just so you can see how effective the strand would be. So, I mean, it's only going to take moments to do this. I'll tell you another thing. If you've been successful over the last week or so in maybe converting your children to becoming jewellery makers, because we did suggest this last week. We were saying it's a great way to, you know, just increase their creativity. And of course, the brilliant thing about a hobby like jewellery making is that you get something at the end, you know what I mean? You're not just like, oh, we lost or we won. It's like, oh, this is what I've created today. So I do think that it's quite a powerful concept to introduce to your kids. I know that Sarah's another advocate of this because her son's into all the jewellery making techniques, isn't he?
He's walking around at the moment with a multicoloured kumihimoed bracelet in really bright colours, and he's had quite a few compliments from people regarding it as to where he got it, and he's very proud to tell them
to say he made it. I like it. I like it. That's what we're looking for, isn't it? Because this is another thing which the reason why I would suggest getting your children involved is imagine what a confidence boost it is when somebody actually asks you, where did your mummy or daddy buy that from? You say, oh no, I made it.
Yeah.
They thought it was a professional piece of jewellery. Massive confidence boost. This is a key thing for a lot of youngsters. I know my daughter's sometimes a little bit shy about things, and I guess getting a little confidence boost could be massive, can't it?
It can, and the fact that they know they can do it, you know, they can make things on their own, they can get that professional finish, and you're always on standby to give them, you know, words of encouragement, a little helping hand. But he just loves the fact that he can start with practically nothing, a few cords, maybe a few gemstones, sit and concentrate for a little while and suddenly have a beautiful piece of jewellery.
You can see how much I have to concentrate just in the colour graduating process. But actually what I'm finding out is that I can make more than one set of each colour. I've already got 5 of each. There we go, a few extras as well. So it will be there will be miscellaneous, it won't be exactly, but look at that. Now that I've colour graduated that out, look how much you've got there and how far it's going to go. Is it better that way? Oh yeah, it's better that way. There we go. So you've got your sky blues, your baby pinks, your emerald greens, your pomegranate reds, your tangerines, your lavender tones, buttercup yellows, and your peridot greens there as well. Roughly 5 of each on that particular strand. It gives you 90 carats in total. I think that's really beautiful. You don't have to colour graduate them. Maybe you love that sort of free-flowing rainbow of colour. That will look beautiful in your designs. Because you've got the crackled inclusions there as well, you've got that little bit of texture. Okay, huge number of people coming through on the phone lines and don't know whether it's for your youngsters or actually a lot of people taking 2, so maybe one for you, one for your youngsters. It'll work in the more playful, contemporary designs that will also work in classic high-end designs as well, because you've got that traditional floral carving on each and every gemstone. When you see the price point for this strand, you are not going to be able to believe the value we can give you. $9.95. You've got 90 carats. You've got an array of colour tones there. You've got the crackled inclusions, and you've got the sort of floral carving there as well. I mean, it's just everything you could possibly ask for a gemstone on one strand here, and in every possible colour you could probably look for. I mean, macrame bracelets, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, or even on the end of extender chains as a little bit of branding, perhaps the most suitable colour. If you create an aquamarine necklace, maybe put a little crackled quartz flower on the end of the extender chain.
If you've got those earring findings with the thought of making those wine glass charms, you've got all the colours you've got,
there.
one for each glass down the,
Perfect.
Or you can put different colours together, you might want to make some little colour combinations if you've got lots of people coming to an event, for instance.
Well, blue and gold, red and green, they all work, don't they? Orange and lime green works, purple and pink. So there you go. There's my colour combinations. You can actually make really funky earring designs where you've got 2 different colours in one ear. Great for festivals.
Oh gosh, the possibilities are endless. Now often we'll team 2 of the colours together, so I might pick up the sky blue and use it with the green, or just pick 2 out of the pack just to work together.
There you go. As I say, you don't have to colour graduate it. You might like to use the sort of natural flow that has been created on the strand of those rainbows of colour. Okay, lots of people getting involved with that one, so if you are placing it in your basket, check out, otherwise you will miss out, I'm afraid. I'm going to move on. Oh, because it's star buy time. Welcome back to another Star Buy here on the JewelleryMaker Halloween show. As I say, if you have just tuned in, I did start with the costume, but you can't hear what I say. You can't hear what I say, is what I actually said. So I've had to move my mask, I'm afraid. I'm not being a party pooper, but you're probably more interested in hearing about the gemstones than looking at my silly mask. And this is a gemstone that Sarah and I have presented to you a few times on the Late Show, isn't it? Solar quartz. Gorgeous, isn't it?
I just love the drama.
Yes.
And the individual fingerprint on each single one. I just think they're amazing.
I love it. I totally agree with your analysis of the gemstone, and I think that's why people fall in love with it, and jewellery makers really fall in love with this gemstone. Every single time we bring it to air, the phone lines virtually melt because so many people come flying through to get hold of it. Watermelon solar quartz does tend to be one of our most popular varieties, and I suppose it's because we're almost imitating Mother Nature, another of Mother Nature's creations, I should say, with the colour combination. The reason I think that solar quartz is so popular, like Sarah was alluding to there, that drama, and it's present in the gemstone because you can see the way the crystal formation has come to fruition. You can see that, much like we were talking about the pearls earlier, where the silks are spun around that imperfection, that's what's happened here. So the actual host rock has got this little imperfection in the centre, and the crystal's actually formed around that little impurity, that little imperfection. And often with gemstones, it's the imperfections that make them so perfect for jewellery design, I would say. Love the combination of colour, of course, as we know. It definitely works because it occurs naturally in the watermelon. But fuchsia and green is a natural colour combination anyway. It's a very traditional combination in fashion design and jewellery design, isn't it, Sarah?
Oh, it's a beautiful combination, and just that striking contrast of colours just works beautifully.
Yes.
Don't be scared of colour. I think a lot of people worry about it, but don't be at all. It's beautiful.
It's almost natural colour blocking, really, isn't it? The greens and the fuchsia tones.
It's doing it all for you.
Absolutely. And we've seen this used in a variety of different ways by our designers. You can use it in classic design, so using it in its most traditional sense as a top drill drop for a pendant or earrings. I should say that they do graduate in size. I'll show you that now. They range from 8mm, here on the end of the strand, sorry, there you go, up to 90mm. So I mean, those two on the end of the strand there as a pair of earrings, it's just going to be so cute, aren't they? And of course, by the time you get to the centre of the strand, you've got those 19mm droplets that will be very effective as pendants. But actually, another reason I think the solar quartz slabs tend to be very popular is that they're flat on one side, so you can actually use them as cabochons as well. So again, they're really versatile, aren't they?
They are. They're beautiful for suit. Actually, if you want to use polymer clay, for instance, to create a bezel.
Ah, great way of doing it.
You can do all sorts of different things. You can use your gizmo coils to create a beautiful setting and mirror the shape of the gemstone. There's so many different things you can do with these.
Nice idea, that is. As I say, every time I've brought you solar quartz here on the Late Show, it tends to be very popular. And this particular strand is no exception. Over 150 carats in total on this strand. Lots and lots of people coming through on the free phone number for this one. So if you're placing your basket again, please don't think I'm pressuring you. Please don't think I'm boring for repeating myself, but I just don't want anybody to miss out. Under £10 for 150 carats of watermelon solar quartz this evening. Beautiful graduation in the size, and again, huge number of people now adding this to their basket. Make sure you're one of the first to check out, otherwise you could miss out on some of the deals. $9.95, an exceptional price point, and another way for you to benefit from that 1 P&P per day of just $2.95. So if you've already got your order up and running, you can take advantage of that deal and add 150 carats of watermelon soda quartz to your order for less than £10. Incredible. We are becoming heavily subscribed on this particular strand, so make sure you are one of the few people who are going to be successful in dialing up that free phone number or checking out your basket, because if you do dilly-dally, you're probably going to miss out. It's a very, very popular gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. I'll leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. Before we go to a quick break, I just want to show you tonight's Superstar Buy one more time, because I know it's going to be popular. You've got the pastel pinks, you've got the hot pinks, and you've got the cherry or ruby reds in there as well, all coming to you in your agate slabs. They're slightly more considered sizes than we've seen in the past, but still definitely high impact. So those are coming up in the final hour of the show. In fact, we're already into the final hour, so we better go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished.
So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes.
Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process.
The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible.
If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker. Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
As peace of mind for your Christmas shopping, any purchase you make from now until Christmas can be returned to us until the 31st of January 2015. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome to the final hour of the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. We're also joined by the lovely Sarah. You right?
Very well, thank you.
Good, good. So over there having fun with all of our bundles and premiere launches that we've done tonight. And I have to let you know about one premiere. It's coming up probably at the end of the show, so around about 10 to 9. Make sure you have your phone in hand. I only have a limited number of this particular strand. Cherry Agate Slabs. Absolutely out of this world. As I say, you've got your pastel pinks, your hot pinks, and your ruby reds all on one strand here. And that beautiful faceting on the surface of them. So these are going to be perfect for your cocktail rings, your pendant designs, well, whatever takes your fancy really, but only on a first come first served basis. So if you're not on the phone lines early, you're going to miss out again. And I should say that coming up in just 20 minutes time now, so not long to wait at all, fantastic combination of one of our favourite gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, certainly producer Helena's favourite, my birthstone, so I love it too. And this is all the autumn colours here. If you saw the Designer Inspiration show and you saw Alison's design at the end with the sort of flower design, this would be perfect on the neckline, just alternating these pearls, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Beautiful for this time of year. Just so warm as well. Got a real warm feeling about them.
Beautiful earthy colour tones there, because you've got the bronze and you've got the peaches together. I think it works perfectly. So they're coming up in about 15-20 minutes, not long to wait. Before that, we're going to kick off the final hour of the show with some more pearls. This time, white cultured pearls. Again, we've accounted for slight variation in the size, 8x7mm again. And on this one, I really can't see it. They just look like perfectly traditional white round pearls to me. I mean, when you do look in the boutique windows at the kind of price points for pearl jewellery, they're not always perfect rounds. In fact, they're rarely perfect rounds.
Yeah.
They normally have irregularities in their shape, and of course they want a 3-figure sum.
And the rest.
And the rest, yeah, quite right. Yeah, we're not talking about £100 here. They can be very, very expensive to invest in pearl jewellery. I mean, look there, you can see on the recording how close to being perfect rounds they really are. I won't say they are perfect rounds because, you know, we have accounted for some variation in size, but you certainly can't see it with the naked eye. I mean, if you've got a bridal commission, I mean, the job's done for you here.
Definitely. I mean, they are so high-end. They are so opulent, and they're so bridal, but they're so classic as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing about pearls, isn't it? It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter whether you're looking for a pair of stud earrings to wear to the office or whether you're looking for, you know, your tiara for your wedding day. Pearls always fit the bill, and white pearls, obviously, classic look.
Yeah, but don't be afraid to mix and match these with your other coloured pearls, with you know, your other gemstones. I love those with rose quartz, I love them with amethyst, I love them with carnelian. Any of those beautiful sort of classic gemstones, or your other pearls, just mix and match them all together. Beautiful.
I was just thinking, because we've got this pearl bundle coming up at a wholesale price in 15 minutes time, what about this for a combination?
It's amazing.
Helena's fallen in love with it. This is her favourite gemstone. Why do you love pearls then, producer Helena? She'll write a blog next week about it. They're classic, they're chic, you can wear them with anything. I think she could talk even more about pearls, but that's it. That is what it's all about, isn't it? They evoke that kind of passion in people, and that's what you get from genuine gemstones. Pearls often seem to evoke that feeling in people, that emotive feeling, because they have a classic feel to them, as Helena said, but they also have that very intrinsic link with Mother Nature. You know they were hand carved by Mother Nature. In fact, my director makes a great point. Try and think of an event you couldn't wear pearls to. Can't come up with one.
No.
I don't think anybody can.
I think they evoke a lot of memories in people as well, because you remember the first time you saw someone wear pearls, the first set of pearls you ever bought, where you've worn them, what special occasions you've worn them to, just so many memories in them.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's the other thing about genuine gemstones, they do tend to hold those memories, and that's why they evoke emotions in people. Pete, can you think of an event you couldn't wear your pearls to?
I would wear my pearls everywhere.
He wears his pearls everywhere, he says. There you go. Participation Pete, can't help himself. Okay, get on those phone lines right now, because these are available on our website for $27.95, but we're not staying there for the next 60 minutes. For the last in stock, we are going to honour a previous price reduction and take these under £20. Sometimes when I bring you a strand of pearls and say they are traditionally $19.95, I'll often make the point that just by restranding them, adding, you know, a nice traditional clasp to the design, you could probably treble, if not quadruple your money. With these, I mean, in terms of price point, the world's your oyster. No need for booing. My word. It's a dad joke. Being really mean. Producer's just offered Pete my job.
Yeah, come on.
And he's just, would you jump in my gravers quick?
Get this mic up.
Get behind that camera, you. Why, yada. Yes, a huge number of people coming through for this one, despite how bad my jokes are. Oh, I think this is the first Dutch customer I've ever had on The Late Show. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Holland up there too often. We've got other buyers coming through from the continent and, of course, the length and breadth of the UK. I'm not surprised. This is probably one of the biggest profit-making strands I think I've ever seen here on JewelleryMaker. I mean, to be honest, if you add a clasp to that, I think you could probably get like £99, say.
Oh, easily. I mean, I saw a pair of stud earrings on sterling silver in one of the little local shops, and they'd left them in the window because they were one of their lesser pricey items. You know when they take all the really expensive items out? And they were just short of £100 for a pair.
For a pair of stud earrings?
And they weren't that big. They were about 5 mil, 4 mil, 5 mil.
Wow, okay, so I was potentially devaluing the amount of profit you can make with this strand. In fact, I was anyway, because we know that some of our customers have matched these up with the likes of chrome dioxide or tanzanite and received valuations from jewellers of £200, £300, £400, £500 as a valuation. I know that one of our customers here on the Late Show, Sharon, actually worked with pearls similar to this. I don't know if they were identical, but I don't think I've seen many strands that are rounder than this. And worked with chrome dioxide, and that was the first really high profile valuation we received. I think it was it £250?
I seem to remember it was a really
and I think that the jeweller actually said he'd never had the opportunity to sell chrome dioxide before, and he would be happy to put the piece in his window as well. So I guess, Joe, I mean, when the valuation breakdown came through, you could clearly see that the jeweller had assessed the pearls and called them perfect rounds. So for the naked eye, these are the most luxurious and sophisticated pearls you can own, but just to be, you know, conservative, to tick all the boxes, there is a slight elongation to the size, so we have accounted for that. They're 8 by 7 millimetres in size, but, well, you've got better eyesight than me if you can see it, that's all I'll say. Okay, we're going to move on because we've got a lot to get through. We're going for rose quartz, carved leaves. So again, doing all the work for you, this particular strand. Beautifully feminine in terms of the colour tone, because you've got those silk-like pink tones, very subtle and feminine shades, but it's all about the cut. .20 by 10 millimetres in size, but of course that accounts for the dimensions of the actual cut as well, because there's a lot going on with this cut. It's a beautiful gemstone carving, all uniformed into these beautiful little leaves, almost like little fern leaves if you like. Can you see that there? Actually, do you know what? And we're talking about, you know, versatility with a gemstone strand and how maybe certain carvings might, you know, be either it's a flower or it's not, sort of thing, but that could actually be used as a feather as well, couldn't it? People see that as a feather as well as a leaf? Yeah? You agree with that, Sarah?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah?
Definitely feathers.
Cool. Okay, so I just want to check.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love when you get these beautiful, subtle, feminine pinks in such an iconic looking gemstone, because again, this is going to lead you through the creative process. You don't have to do too much work if you're including these in your designs.
No, I mean,
I'm thinking about like a torque necklace with these as the leaves.
That would be beautiful. And also we've had some of the finding boxes that have got some of the leaf-shaped charms in there. So
absolutely.
I think mix and match these together. Beautiful heavy charm bracelet, maybe set onto chainmail.
Nice. So then you've got the metallic charms and the gemstone charms on one charm bracelet design.
I just think that would look beautiful, and it would move and sound beautiful. You just get so much enjoyment from wearing it.
Anything sort of inspired by Mother Nature tends to be quite popular in jewellery design as well, doesn't it? There you go. 100 carats in total. All the work's done for you, and of course, traditionally known as the gemstone of true love as well, so you can't go wrong with this particular strand. Huge number of people flying in for this one. Let's get that price on screen. £7.95. Producer Helena's never going to let you down. It's our job to add it to your order prices, and that is a great way to take advantage of the 1 P&P per day. So if you have got your order up and running, you can add this right now for just £7.95, but only while stocks last. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. Congratulations if you got hold of that, and we're going to move on. I'm going to bring you some gorgeous quartz now. So this is, oh, did you say 5? Yeah, is that right? So gorgeous quartz here, but it's clear quartz, and you can see that. You can see the clarity that you've got here. What I was going to say is, you can see the clarity because you've got these beautiful carvings or facets in the centre of the gemstone. But on the outer extremities of the gemstone, I suppose, you've got this frosted finish. So maybe alongside some of those icy blue tones we were talking about earlier for a winter style design. But the point of interest for me is where they've placed these beautiful facets, because you get that little bit of sparkle, and it's quite uniform because they're very exacting in the way they've faceted it. 8mm rounds, so very easy to work with as well. You just can't go wrong with this. I mean, it's the ultimate accent stone. It's got clarity, it's got sparkle, but it's also adding texture from the frosted finish as well. Literally ticking every box in terms of versatility for a designer. 150 carats in total. Here comes your price point. It's going to be another, add it to your order price of just $7.95. I mean, again, you could be quite sparing with these, maybe 5 or 7 in a macrame bracelet. It's going to go with any colour tones, of course, because it's so neutral. What about alongside the agate slabs? Absolutely exquisite. That works perfectly, doesn't it?
It does. You've made a wire work pendant. A lot of people struggle as to what to put the pendant on the neckline. So these would be perfect because they're going to, and you could make a neckline piece and make the pendant so it's detachable. So then you can change your pendant, but you've always got a universal neckline piece that you can wear with lots of different pieces.
It's perfect, isn't it? Because they're going to add to the design by adding that texture, that little bit of sparkle, but they won't detract from the focal point because they're so neutral. Yeah. So it's the perfect item for the neckline.
Yeah. And I think they're just amazing.
Right there. Get those on your order now. $7.95, of course. These are coming up for you in about 20 minutes time, so not long to wait for this superstar buy this evening at all. But first come, first serve. We're going to move on from this one. It is an add it to your order price. Oh, and just another quick reminder, I have got a wholesale cultured pearl bundle coming up in 5 minutes time, not to be missed, but again, limited in availability. I'm afraid that is the way of it here on The Late Show. But don't panic, just have your phone in hand. As soon as the graphics hit the screen, start to get involved, and you will be successful if you act quickly. We're now going to move on to bring you some very traditional looking pyrite. This is why people describe this gemstone as fool's gold. These are the natural crystal formations that we find pyrite forming in. I'm surprised to read that this is coated gold, because this is the colour tone I normally associate with the gemstone in its natural. Okay, now I understand. It's not golden colour coating, it's golden pyrite that's had a coating. So you get the little sort of swirls of colour, almost like the oil on water effect, the petrol blues and the greens and the tones inside the little crystal formations. But actually this is the natural colour tone for pyrite. You can see that on the base, I was thinking, really. It's that sort of antique gold, which is associated with a gemstone anywhere. Of course, traditionally it's known as fool's gold. You've actually got over 100 carats on this strand alone. Again, it's giving you that bit of texture to your designs without detracting from the sort of focal point. The main point of interest in the design will still hold true, but it adds a little bit of interest, a little bit of texture and character. And of course, people are used to seeing these colour tones in their designs because it's got that rich, antique golden tone. So it could be a way of potentially saving money on your precious metal spacers, for example, because you could use pyrite in its place to get the exact same metallic shimmer, but you're working with a genuine gemstone and you're adding that little point of interest. So I think it's just almost adding character to the looks that you want to create, if you like. I mean, in a masculine macrame bracelet with maybe some of the black leatherette cord, they'd look great, wouldn't they?
They would. I think they'd just add a real pop to whatever you put them into. And they're a talking point as well, because they've got those natural features, and it just brings people into your jewellery.
Just in case you haven't seen it before, I'm just going to jump here because we've actually got, you know, a piece of pyrite rough, and so it does give you an idea of just how natural they are, because you can see what's interesting is if you look closely here, you can see the sort of column-like formation, and you can definitely experience that on this strand as well. Can you see that? It's that same quality. And again, these have the same isometric crystal structure as a garnet or a diamond, and so you get that single refractive index, and that's why it glistens just like a metallic substance like gold. So absolutely incredible. Oh, hello. What are you dropping on the desk? Rocks? No, it's a geode. So a rock then. 855 up to 13 by 8, $6.95. Another, add it to your order price. And we, again, have got a lot of multi-buyers coming through for this one. Don't blame you. Great way to expand your jewellery making stash of gemstones. And of course, because these are going to work in the same way as a precious metal bead, this will work perfectly. $6.95. We are going to leave that on with you because it is now time to bring you our exclusive wholesale autumnal pearl bundle as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another incredible star buy, and it's another wholesale opportunity. It's a double trouble deal where we have taken two complementary strands, bundled them together in order to provide you with the best value on the market. We've already discussed the kind of price points that you'd have to pay elsewhere for pearl jewellery, even for the raw materials. To buy and source pearls from other suppliers can be very, very costly. And it's only going to increase because, as we know, over the coming 6 to 12 months, we're expecting to see a bit of a hike in the price on cultured pearls. We have had sort of new legislation introduced to the cultivation of pearls, and it has led to a 40% decrease in the production. And so, as ever, with the gemstone industry, as soon as something becomes a little bit more hard to come by, it becomes more sought after. So more people want it, it's less available. That can only lead to one thing. Market forces mean that the price will increase. Now currently, we're still managing to maintain the price points we've always given you. And I'm actually more blown away by our prices on pearls than any other gemstone probably. And it's partly because of the sales prices you see, as we've been discussing throughout the evening. Sarah's touched upon the fact that she saw, you know, what was it, pair of pearl earrings for
just short of £100. They were just
round about £100, and that was 2 pearls, for goodness sake. Here we've got 2 strands of pearls, and I love the colour combination. Really beautiful combination here of your peaches or your apricots and your bronzes. I would probably say that these are more sort of a burgundy tone actually as well, because you have got the golden pearlescence there that makes them have that bronzed quality, if you like, but certainly a rich tone. Love the combination here, not just from the colours actually, but the sizes, because you've got the apricot pearls here which are 9 by 8, again luxury pearl size, but with slight irregularities in the size and shape. And then again, I mean, there will be ever so slight variations in the size and shape of these pearls, but for the most part they virtually look like 5mm rounds in your sort of burgundy or bronze pearls there. Classic combination, perfect for the autumn season, although you could match these up with anything, couldn't you, and it's gonna work. I mean, that for me is quite a warming colour tone, like Sarah alluded to earlier, so Those would be perfect over the winter months as well, wouldn't they? Put them with blues and golds and those kind of things.
Into knits and things.
Yes.
Sometimes, you know, you want a choker maybe to wear under a knit because it's quite high-necked, but you don't want a chunky piece of jewellery. And those would be perfect for that.
Absolutely. Well, I have to warn everybody out there that if you want to get hold of this, we only have a very limited number because, of course, the only drawback of creating a double deal is that we half our stock levels. So by putting two together, we are limited as to how many we can create. If you were to, really, I'm not going to use that phrase. So my producer just said they should be $13.90. There's no way two strands like this should be $13.90. You wouldn't be able to get them at that price from other suppliers that I've researched. And we're about to take them even lower, down to a clearance price tonight of $9.95. Less than £5 per strand for genuine cultured pearls. Beautiful apricot pearls in that luxury size, 9x8mm. And then you've got the accent stone as well, the delicate 5mm rounds of the bronze or burgundy tone, depends how you perceive that, how you're going to use it within your designs. They're just perfect, aren't they? Because so many people love to work with pearls, but also love to wear pearls. People coming through now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you're placing these in your basket, check out, because we are already approaching limited availability. Around about half the stock's already been allocated. If you want to get hold of these, they're available for under £10. That's less than £5 per strand for cultured pearls. Lots of people now piling in on the free phone number. Of course, if you do enter a short queue, don't panic, because you will be answered in the order in which you dial. And of course, if there's any available stock, we will add these to your order. You can multi-buy. We're not going to limit anybody to one, even though this is a ridiculously low price. So never feel like we're limiting you. We're, of course, our aim is to be your one-stop shop. We want to be your jewellery making wholesaler. And with price points like this, I think we're definitely achieving it. Just $9.95 this evening for your double trouble pearl deal. As people start to fly through on the phone lines, I might just tap into Sarah's inspiration here and say, what would you do with these pearls?
Do you know, I'd be really tempted to do almost a square where you do the almost like the ladder stitch.
Oh, I know the one you mean.
You know, if you're going to make a beady bead.
Yes.
But I would alternate the sizes, so I would have a larger one, and then two of the small ones, and then cross over through the large ones, and then maybe come back and just do a little bit of dainty wire work over the top of that.
Nice.
Just to hold its form and keep it into sort of a choker style neckline piece.
Also draw attention to the feature as well, won't it? That's a great idea. Huge number of people coming through now to multi-buy this, but I've still got stock available. How on earth have I still got stock available? Is everybody out there trick-or-treating or something? Get on the phone lines! $9.95 for a double trouble deal of cultured pearls here. The apricot tones and the bronze tones. And now we've got multi-buyers coming through. Congratulations to Lynette, you've got two. Linda, you've got two. Maureen, you've got two of these. Not surprised. Maybe you know somebody who is predisposed this evening. Maybe they're at a Halloween do, or they're having to entertain the kids. Add another one to your order on their behalf. You're going to make a friend for life for less than £10. Can't be bad, can it? $9.95. Don't forget, you've got until the end of January to make a final decision on these particular pearls. If you are unsure, and maybe you haven't experienced our cultured pearls previously, this would be a great way to introduce yourself. Get them home, see them in the flesh, then you'll understand why I'm always banging on about the value we offer you for pearls. Less than £5 per strand. I've still got multi-buyers coming through. Congratulations to Maureen. You've got two as well. And a huge number of people adding these to their basket now. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I will have to move on, I'm afraid, because we've got a few more deals to fit in before our superstar buy, which is coming up in just 10 minutes now. Beautiful cherry agate. Well, that's what I'm naming it. Or maybe candy floss agate, raspberry agate, kunzite agate, morganite agate, all of those pearls. Strawberry agate. Yeah.
Strawberry tones.
All the pinks and reds are in there, aren't they?
They are.
In one form or another across the strand. We're going to launch this in 10 minutes time, so don't miss out on that deal. Limited edition Strand. I know it's going to be popular. We're moving on, and we're going to bring you Sarah's favourite gemstone and Helena's birthstone. Gorgeous amethyst. This is very impressive because not only do you get that organic finish again from the way they've been faceted in quite a free-flowing organic way. I'll tell you what these are perfect for. Cufflinks. I know we keep touching on it, but they really are the organic cuts when they're a bit larger than nuggets.
Yeah.
Perfect because they're not going to go through the buttonhole, and because of that sort of dynamic, dramatic edge that you get from this form of faceting, they draw attention, but they don't look, you know, feminine anyway. They can look quite industrial as well as adding texture to a more subtle design. So you could use them alongside more feminine cuts to give you a bit of drama or theatre to your design, or if you are planning on using them in a masculine design, they do have that sort of dynamic, that edge to them as well. 500 carats on this strand alone. I love this because the faceting gives you that traditional play of light, and because of the saturation of colour, because of that very regal and intense purple tone that we've got from amethyst here, it's actually providing us with a great deal of lustre. But then, despite the fact that that offers you that high-end level of sophistication, you still have the organic feel from the irregularities in the size and the shape. So they range from 13 by 8 to 19 by 9 mil in size. As I say, because of that larger size, because of that rich colour tone, you can afford to be a little bit more sparing and maybe just turn these into multiple pairs of cufflinks, who knows. 500 carats in total, and another add it to your order price for this kind of carat weight, $11.95.
If you want to make a lot of cufflinks, if you get that strand of clear quartz, you know the ones with the faceting around the centre?
Yes, I do.
They're perfect because they will fit through the cuff, through the buttonhole, and be the back of your cufflink.
Got it.
And the amethyst can be the front.
Perfect. Look at that. Classic combination. Great idea for creating masculine designs as well, because you will find as well that maybe if this is your first Christmas and doing craft fairs, and you're trying to think about what will suit the kind of customers that you're going to come across, it always tends to be the more quirky items that sell out first. So if you think about solitaire rings, you're not going to see them on every stall. They'll be big sellers. Cufflinks, glasses chains, bookmarks, those kind of items do tend to be real winners at craft fairs, don't they, Sarah?
And also think, you know, can you sell something that everybody needs, you know, whether it be a gemstone light pull,
absolutely,
whether it might be curtain and tie backs, all sorts of different things that you can do with your skills, whether you do those with kumihimo and put gemstones on them. People need those sorts of things.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's...
Well, that's, I suppose,
nice.
the difference between a pair of cufflinks and a showcase necklace. Nobody needs a showcase necklace. It's an indulgence.
Yes.
It's a luxury item. But cufflinks, you actually do need them, otherwise your shirt's going to be undone and you look like a scruff. So you actually do need that. So maybe that's why they sell quite well. Brilliant opportunity to invest in amethyst nuggets there for just $11.95. And we're going to move on. Now this is interesting because we had the red variety on earlier in the show and it did prove to be very, very popular. One of our most popular strands of the evening, we had red spinel. Now, is it really? Okay, here we go. So I was thinking this was pink spinel. Well, definitely all is forgiven now. That's the second time I've made the exact same mistake. This is actually pink sapphire, so hot pinks here coming through from your sapphires, one of the big four. So now we can understand why people make the misclassifications, but we have got a strand of pink spinel that looks quite similar to this, so that's where I've made the error there. But actually, this is one of the big four, pink sapphires. Now, some people might start to try and classify some of these as rubies. I would say they're all pink sapphires actually. You're looking for a red hue. If you have a red hue, then it would be classified as a ruby. Sapphires and rubies, the exact same gemstone. They're both varieties of corundum, and ruby is literally a colour classification. These are all hot pink, so they're definitely offering you that beautiful tone. at hot pink sapphires here. One of the big four. Again, keeping pretty good company there alongside its sister stone ruby. And of course emerald and diamonds as well. That's the traditional big four, but interestingly, these days we sometimes discuss it as a big five. Oh, there you go. That's something you might need to get used to, Helena, as well. I often pull the tassels off a strand. The graphics have abandoned us for a second. Don't worry, the guys are working on that. Gives us more time to indulge in this beautiful strand of pink sapphires. Now, the only thing I will say about this particular strand is that it would accent your tanzanite perfectly. Because you got the pink hue there, and this is the kind of pink tone you actually see in tanzanite, isn't it?
It is, and you know, or if you wanted to put that with, I'm just trying to think what else we could put it with. You know, if you wanted to put it with a strand of the spinel we had earlier as well, that would just look lovely.
Oh wow, yeah.
Really intense red of the spinel with baby pinks with the sapphires coming through.
That's a nice combination, actually.
Yeah.
The red spinel and the hot pink sapphires. That is absolutely exceptional, isn't it? Okay, what I'm going to have to say is, because my director's going to have to get and sort something out with the graphics because we've got a bit of an error here, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't move a muscle. As soon as we return, we'll bring this strand of pink sapphires to you, and that will lead into the Superstar buy launch. Actually, I'll tell you what, they work pretty well together, don't they?
They do, and you know, don't be afraid to mix and match your gemstones together. Those as a little accent on a wirework piece would just look amazing.
Gorgeous.
Look amazing.
Absolutely exceptional. Okay, we are going to go to a quick break just because we're having a couple of technical difficulties. Don't panic, stay where you are. We'll be back in 2.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer McKay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of acrylic and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show. We think we've solved all of our technical difficulties now, so we will be able to bring you these beautiful pink sapphires. They are absolutely gorgeous. One of the big four here in one of the most feminine colour tones. No prizes for guessing that I have fallen in love with this strand a little bit. I do like my pink gemstones, and we are going to do something special for you on the price, as we always do here at JewelleryMaker. Okay, now, currently, these are available on our website from our Gems of Distinction range for $37.95. That's already pretty impressive. Just out of interest, guys, have we solved this technical issue? Because the graphics aren't on screen. Okay, so I think people can see it. These are available on the website. Oh, I see. Like that is it now. She comes over here to the Late Show. She's already stealing airtime off me. While they solve it, she wants Pete to come and do an impression.
Hang on, let me
Pete, what's your impression of James
let me take this one.
and the giant peach carrying a massive pumpkin across the set? He's like, hang on, let me just deal with this. Never mind moving your pumpkins around, son. Get over here, we want an impression.
Right, who do you want
A spooky impression.
A spooky impression? I did,
A spooky Nicolas Cage. When doesn't Nicolas Cage sound spooky? You do a really good Nicolas Cage, do you?
I don't think so.
Is it so bad that they think it's good?
I think so.
Get out of here, they want you to do it, Pete. I've never heard it. Let's solve this graphic issue. Right, I don't really need to be doing that, do I, until they're available. You're ready for action, I'll let you use my mic.
Right, you have to do this to gear yourself up. If it's from Gone in 60 Seconds, you have to.
I know. I know, don't worry.
Oh, let's go. We're gonna take it. We're gonna take it. We're gonna do it in 60 seconds.
Quite good. Quite good. I'll tell you now. And on that note, the pink sapphires are available with a £10 price reduction, down from $37.95 to $27.95. Pete, pretty good, mate. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. 20. That's up to your adoring public. Unbelievable. Look at this beautiful faceting on your pink sapphire here. $27.95 represents a £10 price reduction, available for the next 60 minutes on this one. So we'll give you slightly longer, but I'll tell you what, if you're not on the phone lines pretty quickly, it might be gone in 60 seconds. $27.95 if you've got that placed in your basket. You need to check out to avoid disappointment. Fantastic. Look at that central sapphire there as well. It's 5 by 2 millimeters in size. Gorgeous, isn't it? Slightly richer saturation of colour on the larger gemstone than all the rest. So really, the design's done for you, isn't it?
It is.
Use that as your central piece for a beautiful bracelet. I mean, that is perfect for a princess.
I'm just thinking, if you had managed to get that diamond strand earlier, one strand of the sapphire, one strand of the diamond, with those spacer bars.
I just want to see this with tanzanite. I'm desperate to see this with tanzanite. I think it would look fantastic. Have you got some?
I've got a piece of tanzanite jewellery in my box. You can put that with it. Yeah.
People are now starting to confirm the picture. Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. That's
Had the
fantastic.
sapphire one
I'll be really
attached to it.
careful, yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Oh, I think I was right. Look at that for a classic combination. If you manage to get the sapphires, the tanzanite that we launched earlier, or even maybe the faceted rounds from the opening hour of the show, fantastic combination. They work perfectly because they actually draw the pink hues from the tanzanites themselves. I'm really falling in love with that. Oh, I love that multicoloured sapphire. You've got a purple sapphire on there.
Okay. That would work as well.
We can talk about your jewellery designs in about 7 minutes time, because I've got just enough time to bring you the Superstar Buy. Welcome back to the Superstar Buy here on the Late Show. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've had a lot of fun with us this evening. We have been taking one thing seriously, and that is bringing you the most exceptional value for genuine gemstones all night long, and this is no exception. So 450 carats on one strand of your strawberry agate. I'm going to go with your suggestions there in the end. Beautiful colour tones here. You've got the pastel pinks, the hot pinks, and even the cherry reds there. Now the slabs themselves range in size from 22 by 23 to 30 by 21, so very, very significant sizes on each and every gemstone. And again, that larger surface area has allowed the lapidaries to really enhance the look of the gemstone itself. You can see there, beautiful faceted faces on each and every gemstone. But they're all so individual, not just because of the irregularity in the sizes, but also the colour tones. You can see that, that's almost a sort of rose quartz or kunzite pink, and then right next to it, you've got almost a sort of ruby red, really. I think that's how I would describe that. And so this variation, again, opens up the possibilities for you as a designer. I mean, these are large enough to be used as wire wrap pendants, but you could also use them as cocktail style rings. Sometimes in the past, when we've had the agate slabs, you would have to say that it would probably be a little bit too gem heavy for ring designs, for example, but these would definitely work. Absolutely no problem at all. Oh, you can see there my fingerprint as well as Mother Nature's on that one. But also, how about for sort of cuff bangle design? Could
Beautiful.
you place this in the centre?
Oh, definitely, for that sort of watch face.
Yeah,
emphasis.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, definitely. They are. If you like the agate slabs, but the other ones have just been maybe a little bit too big
large
for you to carry off. Maybe you've got quite small wrists. I've got quite small wrists, so sometimes the bigger slabs may be a little bit too big for a wrist wear. These are perfect. They're just going to, but they'll mix and match with the larger ones as well.
Of course they will. Yeah, yeah. You can actually use these as your accent stones. Sounds ridiculous, but.
Yeah.
That's the kind of possibilities we have open to you these days. So you've got your powder pinks, your sort of candy floss tones there, ranging into the sort of hot pinks and the magenta shades, and then you've even got the ruby reds there as well. Now, as you know, the Superstar Buy tends to be our most exclusive launch of the evening, tends to attract a lot of attention. Generally, they tend to be sell-out deals. This is going to attract an awful lot of attention. I've already got people on the phone lines queuing up to add this to their order. Of course, it's a premiere launch, and as it's a star buy, we can bring you an exclusive launch price this evening. This is going to be easily your best opportunity to get involved, because not only is it a limited edition strand, not only is it going to be one of the most popular cuts for a lot of jewellery makers, particularly wire workers tend to love the slabs, don't they? And that is, of course, our most popular discipline of jewellery design here at JewelleryMaker. Voted for by you on the Hub segment I was going to say a few days ago, but it's probably more like 2 weeks ago now. Lose all concept of time. Now, as soon as the graphics hit the screen, you can start to get involved with this deal. Regular viewers are already aware of this, and they are flying in at JewelleryMaker.com. If you're placing it in your basket, make sure you check out, because we are about to launch this at an exclusive price point this evening. $9.95 for 450 carats of your red agate or fuchsia agate potentially. Huge number of people coming through, and lots of people multi-buying this one, so congratulations to everybody who's taken 2 strands of this. I'm not surprised, because it is offering you so many different design opportunities, and at such a ridiculous price point, you can't go wrong. Another add it to your order price point, especially when you consider the carat weight here. 400 150 carats on one strand. Absolutely exceptional, attracting a lot of attention, as our star buys always do, but especially at this price, for that carat weight, you cannot go wrong. Absolutely gorgeous. I will have to move on just shortly because we are going to go over and see what Sarah's been up to throughout the show. Oh, gorgeous. So you've been working with a variety of the bundles that we worked with this evening.
I've had such a lovely set of gemstones to work with. I've just had a really fun time working with them all.
Nice.
Beautiful shapes and colours and textures, just amazing.
I was just thinking, you know, with this strand here, with the garnet and the hot pink pearls, I mean, you could easily set one of these as your pendant, couldn't you?
Definitely, yeah, one of those. You could wire work it, you could soutache it, you could put a polymer clay setting around it. You can do so many things with them, and they're just very, very versatile.
Yeah, we always talk about putting the designs together and sort of building up layers of design, don't we? So that way you can control whether it's enough or too much, and these give you something to work around, don't they?
They do. That would be my first point, is that feature piece, whether it be a pendant, whether it just be that one gemstone I work the design from. This could be the start of sending your necklace from being one strand into 3 strands,
of course.
things like that. So,
or you know, the asymmetrical designs are very popular, aren't they? So there could be a feature on one side of the necklace as well.
I'm not very good at making them, but I love them.
Oh, really? That doesn't really suit your style, no? No. Oh, that's interesting to know. Okay, lots and lots of people this still placed in their basket. Please make sure you check out Love this. So we're going to just have a look at some of the designs that Sarah's been putting together for us. Love this combination of turquoise and copper. That's actually the shell pearl from the bundle earlier, isn't it?
And I found some turquoise in the bead scoop under the desk. And
gorgeous,
I just thought,
combination.
What a combination, yeah.
Turquoise and those copper tones just work together, don't they, all day long. Absolutely fantastic. But they also work with the black tones as well.
Yeah, they're so deep, those garnets. They really are. But they have that juicy berry colour underneath.
Yes.
They are just...
It is there, I assure you of that.
It definitely is there. It's so hard to see in the studio, but it is there, and it's just so deep sort of port colour.
Yes,
it's not
that's
even
a good
Merlot,
description,
it's
actually.
even deeper than that on these ones. It's really deep.
Almost looks jet black on screen. That's the strand that we launched the show with, so congratulations if you got hold of that. And right now, the Red Agate is still on screen for just $9.95. So if you want to add that to your order, you know what to do. Dial through or add it to your basket, but make sure you check out. Just enough time for me to thank all of the guys for putting together the show this evening. So Helena for producing, she's responsible for all the products and the prices. Pete for helping us out with his impressions, Director Bruce, and of course Sarah. And thank you for joining us. In fact, thank you and good night.